The doors of the operating theater rustled and creaked lightly. A doctor stepped out of them. Amanda jumped up again, looking hopefully at the medic. "Doctor, please don't be silent," she folded her arms across her chest in a pleading gesture. "The chances are 50-50, the doctor finally said, tightening the mask on her chin. "That she'll get out of the pram." Amanda sobbed sorrowfully again. "You have to believe in the best." The doctor tried to cheer up the girl. He was still young, he would recover. And I wanted to believe in the best. Of course, Amanda was worried about her husband's health, but she was more concerned about the loss of the family's main income and the question of who would provide for them now. Edgar rode out of the corridor to meet his wife returning from work. Amanda was not in a good mood. Lately, it had become a constant state for her. She had to get up early, work, do household chores, and still care for her disabled husband. "How was your day?" Edgar asked, taking the bag from the girl. "Disgusting," Amanda said sharply, taking off her coat. Edgar left for the kitchen. He was quite brisk with the pram and could even boast some mobility, if it could be called that. The man moved the bag of groceries to the floor near the refrigerator and began to open the door. He could only put his purchases on the first shelf or the bottom of the door. Amanda snatched the bottle of milk she'd opened on the way out, slammed it down and closed it loosely. It wouldn't leak to the neighbors. "Why are you shouting?" Edgar looked at her. "Would someone wipe it up?" "You." Amanda felt irritated and developed from her husband's helpfulness. He realized his limited functionality, so he tried not to inconvenience his wife. At first, Edgar was even ashamed, but later he accepted his condition and stopped suffering from remorse. "Can you heat it up for yourself?" "I'm tired." Amanda pulled her hair back with her hands and went into her room. The couch creaked faintly. Bleck the cat rubbed against her leg, begging for a treat. Amanda sat relaxed, exhausted, lethargic, and powerless. This wasn't the life she'd imagined when she'd married the handsome extreme sportsman Edgar. Now he's deprived of his passion and his income. And she has to work for two, running all over town showing cheap flats to poor families. This was not how Amanda planned to spend her youth. Her husband had been in a wheelchair for 6 months. At first they lived on old savings, but those soon ran out. Amanda put off looking for a job until the last minute. She was scared, and her inner state was against it. By the age of 25, the girl had no experience. She worked part-time shooting for online clothing shops, blogging for a young stylist, although she had a good education in the hospitality industry. From the first days, real estate work seemed to Amanda to be useless, incomprehensible payment, running around, a lot of calls, the need to persuade someone to travel to the objects. What kept the girl in such an unloved place? Charming director and owner of the agency, Michael. He appeared there rarely, but every time it happened, in the office began a semblance of scenes from the film office romance. All the few female staff began to intensively put themselves in order to correct makeup, hairstyles, check manicures, and it was done by both very young girl students, working part-time in their spare time, and an elderly accountant, Cassandra. Amanda, too, fell under Michael's spell. And the more time passed, the wider the gap between her and Edgar grew. She stopped believing in the doctor's prognosis, and it was a thankless task to take a chance. But here he was, next to her, a living, handsome man, Michael. Though not hers yet, but it was only a matter of time. Such thoughts daily swarmed the girl's head. There was a constant struggle between duty, feelings, selfishness, and conscience. And that evening, selfishness and inner whims won. At some point, Amanda realized that she didn't care at all about the opinion of others, that she didn't want to support her invalid husband until his retirement and cross out her whole life with it. She too deserves happiness, deserves the joy of being a girl, not to pull a heavy burden on herself. The decision came instantly. It was strange that such a momentous turn was made on an ordinary sofa in an ordinary city flat on an ordinary March evening. "Are you going somewhere?" Edgar asked, watching his wife pack a pile of things into her bag. "Yes," Amanda nodded briefly. "We're going to your mum's." Edgar raised an eyebrow in surprise and grinned with the corner of his mouth. "What kind of nonsense is that? A daughter-in-law wants to go to her mother-in-law's house by herself. The daughter-in-law is tired of working for two." Amanda threw Edgar's trainers into the bag with a swift throw. The man fell silent, and Amanda just burst into tears. "I can't do this anymore, okay? I can't. I'm beautiful, I'm young, I want romance. I want a decent man by my side, I want care and affection, not to look after an invalid." "Amanda." "I'll get out of the wheelchair," Edgar interrupted her. "The doctors said there was a chance." "Maybe you won't. I'm sick of this." Amanda threw in her bag a couple more t-shirts and zipped it up with a precise motion. "Are you staying at your mum's? We need to live apart for at least a few months. 6 months." "I don't know." They were both silent. Amanda was dumbfounded. Edgar realized that he was being thrown away like an unnecessary thing. Really, what good is such a helpless and useless husband? "And aren't you afraid to hang close to the ground when you're lying on that mattress?" Mate Terrence shoved Edgar in the shoulder, barely landing. "Fear the wolf," the man grinned, laying the foam on the grass so that he could gather it up without getting tangled in the slings. Edgar and Terrence had been taking tourists on extreme tours to the mountains, the Alaska Range, for 5 years. The guys had tried everything that could tickle the nerves and make the flesh shake. Rafting, jumping rope, quad biking, long-distance hiking, mountaineering. But Edgar's greatest passion was paragliding. He spent almost the whole summer in the mountains. He flew, tried, learnt, got bumps, wiped his knees on landing. Once he dislocated his elbow, caught his paraglider on a tree, and fell from a height of a couple of meters to the ground. The air of freedom and the glamour of the mountains beckoned the stubborn lad, who flew where others were afraid to go, and stayed under the clouds for so long that his fingers went numb from the cold. Edgar started riding tourists when he was already convinced of his own skill. So the guys worked. Terrence was the driver and organizer. Edgar was the coordinator and implementer of extreme entertainment. For 6 months they earned so much that the remaining 6 months could not work at all. But they didn't. They simply changed the style of traveling, and instead of paragliding, they went snowboarding and skiing with tourists. "Oh dear, finish that stuff you're doing. If you fall from that height, you won't pick up any bones." His mother Cassandra shook her head. But the boy liked to live like that. It was 100 times better than sitting in a stuffy office poking at buttons. Dangerous? So what? It's dangerous to sneeze in a public place these days. So what are we supposed to do? Not go out? Of course not. You've got a great education. Go to the bank, make a career. Mother wouldn't stop. Will the children go to the mountains too? No wife, no kids either. Mom, why are you bothering again? Edgar sighed tiredly. The parent was in her repertoire. Talking about the dangers of paragliding and the frivolity of the tourist business was a regular occurrence, even if it brought in decent money. Edgar met Amanda on a social network. He was bored on a winter evening. The guy scrolled through the newsfeed and came across the page of a pretty girl. Something about this brunette caught the young man's eye. Word by word, they went on a couple of dates. The girl was impressed by Edgar's boldness and passion. He took her on several trips, even offered to take her paragliding. But Amanda refused the altitude. Everything spun quickly, and in less than 6 months he proposed to her. Edgar was not embarrassed that the chosen one is spoiled, somewhat capricious, ambitious. But she always waited at home, cooked delicious salads and dishes, did not criticize his hobbies. At work, Edgar's wife did not kick out the wife. Let her do what she likes, he said to his mother. I earn enough for 2. At least she's always beautiful and fresh. Amanda was more than happy with this arrangement. She was already dreaming of a full-service travel agency, of a house somewhere by the sea, of her own column in some fashion magazine. Life went on at its own pace. Edgar and his wife lived 1.5 years. Her mother gave the young couple her 2-room flat, and she bought a small house in the countryside outside the city on her savings and moved in, but on the condition that soon there would be grandchildren. Edgar guffawed. Amanda rolled her eyes. Children were not in her plans for the next 100 years. But it wasn't necessary to upset Cassandra to know that. Instead of children, Amanda suggested that her husband get a Spitz. Edgar didn't mind and promised that after the next tour they would go together to a breeder and choose a puppy. A happy Amanda stayed home in anticipation, and Edgar and Terrence took the tourists to the mountains. Edgar had been warned by everyone that his fascination with flying would not end well. But fate had other plans. The return trip in the mountains fell on rainy weather. In late August, Terence drove the minibus with the group, carefully slowing down on the serpentine corners. Edgar was dozing in the front passenger seat, tired from the busy program and the early rise. It all happened in a split second when a dashing local jigger in his car sped out of the corner and into the oncoming traffic. Terence swerved to the side to avoid the collision. The minibus tipped on its side and slammed into a pole and a concrete barrier. Edgar was literally squeezed in half between the roof and the dashboard. The other passengers were crushed like peas, but fortunately no one else was seriously hurt. They were just abrasions, bruises, contusions, and a couple of broken fingers. Terence dislocated his arm and suffered a concussion. Breathless Edgar was pulled out by rescue personnel only 40 minutes later. In the mountains in the rain and traveling fast is not even possible for rescuers. He was taken to the nearest hospital, but there was no one there to perform the complicated operation. The man was rushed to the state capital. There he could be given at least a chance to get back on his feet. The operation was a success. Edgar recovered quickly, but he was paralyzed from the waist down. Without words, it was clear that extreme sports were over for good, extreme sports and his favorite job. The minibus was beyond recovery. The firm was ruined. It was left without transport and its chief instructor. Amanda howled wolf as she realized her beautiful, comfortable life was over. Her attitude towards her husband changed almost immediately. Whereas before she had seen him as a hero, a pillar, a leader, a risk-taker, now he was just a source of trouble. Edgar experienced the crisis of loss of mobility for a long time. He became depressed. 10 times a day he revisited photos from his trips, pulled the remains of his parachute out of his rucksack, stroked it, holding it in his hands, sighing, staring at one point. The atmosphere in the flat was heavy. The doctor prescribed Edgar a set of exercises that should have had an effect over time. But the man, disgusted by his helplessness, could not start doing them for a long time. Amanda avoided talking about the accident and didn't poke her husband's nose in his deficiency at first. But as the irritation and strain grew, she sometimes snapped. "Don't be discouraged, son. Believe in the best, and do not give up therapeutic gymnastics called to raise morale only Mother Cassandra." Terence, who had recovered, came to visit occasionally. But it was hard for him to talk about what he had lost. As time passed, the former paraglider gradually heeded the doctor's advice and began to exercise occasionally. Just as Amanda began to think about divorce. Amanda had a breakdown at work. It was a frosty morning in the village. Clusters of rowan berries, covered in hoarfrost like earrings, adorned a bald bush. A flock of sparrows hopped in it with a cheerful chirp. Frost covered the ground. Amanda opened the gate and rolled the pram down the narrow path to the porch. Cassandra popped out of the door wearing a down shawl. The two women pulled the pram into the hay. "How long are you visiting, Amanda?" the mother-in-law asked, shaking an invisible speck off her son's jacket. "Edgar, for a long time." "I'm going back to town. I have work to do," Amanda replied briefly. Before Cassandra could even open her mouth, her daughter-in-law hurriedly said goodbye, slammed the door shut, and took a taxi back to catch the train. The women stared at their son in confusion. Edgar was gloomier than a cloud. He had lost his favorite thing, his ability to walk, and now his personal life hung in the balance. A couple of days later, Amanda arrived again. The man was hopeful when he heard the clatter of the wicket outside the windows, but Edgar's joy was too soon. "I've always wanted a dog," Amanda put the carrier with Bill's cat on the floor without even saying hello. The frightened cat huddled in the far corner and mewed hoarsely in fear. Amanda left without even bothering to say goodbye. Edgar felt a little better. The clever animal quickly got used to his new surroundings. The cat often slept on his master's lap while Edgar sat by the window in his pram or outside, breathing fresh air. Sometimes Bleck would jump up and down to catch sparrows in the snow, or hunt for an invisible speck in the dry grass. Edgar loved to watch the pet. It calmed him and drove away his boredom and longing for adventure. 2 months passed. It was the end of March. During that time, Amanda never returned. At first, the man called and wrote to her himself. But as time went on, his wife stopped picking up the phone and answered one-wordedly on social media. Edgar realized that he had been cynically and utterly dispassionately disposed of. Cassandra's mother shook her head and often berated Amanda. Cassandra was especially concerned about the state of the flat her son had left behind. "Good girl," Cassandra lamented. "She left her husband on my neck. She lives in the city in someone else's mansion and doesn't give a damn. Edgar, get a divorce, I'm telling you. And everything will get better. Stop it." The man waved his mother away, but he believed in his own words less and less. Apathy and longing were eating Edgar. He was tormented by his own idleness, because he could not do most of the housework. Walks were rare. Pulling the pram down a couple of porch steps to the ground was hard. Once again, as Cassandra tried to do so, an elderly neighbor, Norman, peered over the fence at her. "Hey Cassandra, what are you going to do? Say you've got him in your arms," shouted the old man in righteous indignation simply. "Hello, Norman," said the woman. "Well, what else could it be? You'd better help than scratch your tongue. The gate is open." The neighbor ran nimbly, not at all senilely, to the pram and helped it down the steps and onto the path to the gate. At the same time, he asked both Edgar and his mother about what had happened. "It's a misfortune." "A misfortune," the man scratched the back of his head, pushing his knitted cap to the side. "And it's not clear whether he'll get up or not." "I'll get up," Edgar mumbled, feeling terribly embarrassed that the two older men had to deal with him. "I've got it." Norman threw up a finger. "I'll come back tomorrow and tell you how to adapt it for the pram. Then you, grandson," he said to Edgar, "can you get in and out? Better get back on your feet, though. Okay?" Edgar smiled a little and sighed. "Norman's not like my grandfather, God rest his soul. A lazy bum," Cassandra exclaimed. "All he knew how to do was stuff holes in socks." The company laughed involuntarily. The neighbor soon left, having inspected the porch beforehand, and Cassandra rolled the pram along the pavement to the shop. Amanda opened her laptop after work, sitting down on the soft couch. She didn't look away from a message from her husband with another question. Camila was interested in something else. Today, Michael, the director of the agency, had finally paid attention to her and invited her to coffee together at lunchtime. It was not for nothing that Camila wore short skirts and spent several hours every morning in front of the mirror. The determination with which Camila moved towards the goal of winning the director was worthy of applause. The girl went with the chief to a coffee shop and made it clear that she would not mind to continue communication in a more informal setting. Michael caught the hint, and at the end of lunch invited the pretty employee to dinner at a restaurant at the end of the week. Camila cheered. "His suit is definitely not from a local tailor," Camila mumbled under her breath as she looked at her boss's photos on social networking sites. "And a decent watch and cufflinks." Her eyes burned with admiration, but more for herself. A month had passed since Camila had put her husband in her mother-in-law's care, and during this time she realized that her life was, in general, not so bad. The work suddenly stopped stressing her. Cooking and cleaning turned into rare worries. There was enough money for herself, and still had time to shoot for clothing catalogs. Sometimes on the mental horizon slipped thoughts of divorce, but so far Camila canceled them. It was necessary to prepare the ground for a run-up, so as not to sit soft place in a puddle. As a calculatingly cunning woman, Camila understood this, and therefore did not hurry. Though Edgar could have served Edgar at any moment. But she would think of something. Yes, and not much believed Camila that kind attached to her Edgar first will go to such a step. The photos of the boss told Camila what she wanted to know. Michael in his 35 years was the owner of a nice house in the suburbs, 2 cars, and clearly had a passion for business things, foreign tailoring. The girl leaned back contentedly on the back of the sofa, scrolling in her head options for outfits for a future date. Her sick husband and the fact that she was legally married did not slow Camila down a bit. She didn't give a damn. X-Day came. Michael picked her up in his car. Since her work in the agency, Camila tried not to spread much about her personal life. She'd taken off her ring right after she'd sent Edgar to the country, and therefore in the car already flirted with her boss, who was 10 years older than her. The girl achieved her goal. In the morning, she woke up in the house of her lover. Michael brought her coffee and asked if the young lady does not want to go to the skating rink. A couple of days later, Camila flirtatiously agreed. Everything went according to plan. She told Michael what he wanted to hear, and he was slipping into an affair with his co-worker. At work, they decided not to advertise their relationship, although it was difficult to hide something in a female team. Soon the whole office was talking about the fact that the manager had a young mistress. Camila quietly laughed at the gossiping colleagues, but did not hurry to reveal the secret. Her goal was Michael, not to hurt the noses of her workmates. The first day of April was too warm. It was as if the sun had reached the clear sky and was now eager to make all the plants grow and bloom in one day. There were even some sleepy flies in the air, dazed by the sudden joy of plus 19 degrees. Norman scratched his stubbled chin and held his visor up, looking at the sun. "It's blooming, isn't it?" He nodded to Edgar. The man sat in his buggy on the porch path, keeping his neighbor company while he reworked the sides into a strong and smooth slope. On Edgar's lap, Black the cat stomped around. He was writhing in pain, digging his paws into his master's lap. "Now we'll put some paste on it, and you'll ride like a racer," the elderly neighbor said contentedly, wielding a hammer. "At least we can do it without breaking traffic laws," Edgar smiled. He'd been a little perked up lately. Maybe it was the weather, maybe it was the fact that Amanda had practically abandoned him. Either way, clarity had come. Besides, Edgar had figured out a way to brighten up his hated idleness. He decided to write a book about his journey to paraplegia. He found a blank notebook in his desk and began jotting down ideas. Edgar had never written any texts before, except for essays at school. However, his work was quite vigorous. It was the abundant reading in the winter evenings, as his mother had always favored books and had plenty of them at home. On those same winter evenings, he and his parents, sometimes with neighbors or alone in the kitchen, would read across from each other while drinking herbal tea. At such times, Edgar would forget that he was deprived of the ability to walk and become a little happier. Bleck stretched his striped back, jumped to the ground, and disappeared behind the fence on some feline business of his own. "It's done." Norman surveyed the job well done, and then turned to Edgar. "Come on, son, try it yourself." Edgar, helping himself with his hands, began to carefully roll the pram up the makeshift ramp. A few minutes later, he and his vehicle were already at the door to the house. "Well, that's good," praised his neighbor. "Grandpa, are you here?" Came from behind the fence. "Let's go to lunch. I boiled some brine soup." Edgar turned his head at that voice, which sounded like the crunch of thin ice on a puddle. A girl in a striped jumper was waving from behind the gate. Her blonde curls were poking out from under her beret, and her bright blue eyes were visible, even at a distance of several meters. "My granddaughter," Elizabeth. Norman nodded discreetly to Edgar. "She's in town for the weekend studying. I don't know who she's studying for," said the old man. "Come on, Grandpa, let's go. It's getting cold." The guest stomped her foot demandingly outside the gate. I'm coming. Why are you shouting?" The neighbor waved good-naturedly at her. "I'll go." "Edgar, say hello. I'll see you again. That beam under the roof is bad. It could use a change." Norman gathered the tools in a bag, waved to Edgar, and went out the gate to his granddaughter. The man thanked his neighbor for his hard work, and suddenly realized that he couldn't stop thinking about Elizabeth, even though he hadn't even met her. April continued to bring warmth and wind. There were sparse gray-white piles of snow in the flower beds, and among them were sprouts of the first spring flowers sticking out of the ground. Edgar hadn't written to Amanda for a long time, but he was actively working on his book. The second notebook was already written. "Edgar, can you get to the shop by yourself? Are you out of salt?" Mother shouted from the kitchen. "I can't leave. The pies will burn and the soup will run away," Edgar said. The way to the grocery store was simple, a straight asphalt path about 250 meters long, with no steps and no potholes. "I can make it," Edgar said. He hastily put on his jacket, checked the change in his pocket, and rolled toward the gate. Glad that he could help at last, it was time to go for a walk. His mother looked at him from the window. The tires of the pram rustled quietly on the already dry asphalt. Edgar moved slowly, looking at the village. In the gray and dreary winter, it was depressing. But when the sun came out, The carved shutters and skates on the roof shone. In front of the yard's colored borders and future flower beds looked out. Quick sparrows were dragging grain from the chickens' feeders, chirping. Somewhere sheep barked. The noise pleased the heart, heralded the arrival of warmth to people and animals. Edgar got to the shop without any problems, bought salt and rolled back. Almost back to the house, he heard the pitiful, familiar meows from the roof of the neighbors. The man looked up. Bill was sitting on the roof. Edgar had seen from the window that the cat used to climb up there on scaffolding. The neighbors were repairing something in the attic, and the scaffolding had been up there most of the winter. But the repairs were over. The scaffolding was removed so as not to clutter up the flower bed in front of the windows. And the poor cat was trapped. There was no tree nearby, no lower roof, no suitable fence to climb down. Unhappy Bill climbed into the attic to the neighbors, fell asleep there the night before, and in the morning they cleaned up the scaffolding. And now the frightened animals, seeing the owner, shrieked at the top of their voices that the poor man was stuck. "How are we going to film you now?" "That's the problem." Edgar looked questioningly at the pet. He tried knocking and calling the neighbors, but they weren't home. Apparently, Edgar's conscience prevented him from calling his mother. The feeling of helplessness and inferiority came again. The man looked at the pram with dislike. If it hadn't been for her, I'd have climbed over the fence in no time, used the tools I had on hand to get up on the roof, and lowered Bleak down to the ground, he thought. A familiar ringing voice snapped Edgar out of his musings. Norman's granddaughter, Elizabeth, was standing nearby, looking up at the roof. "Yes, I wonder how to get it." Edgar nodded cautiously. "Well, you don't have much to think about," Elizabeth said. "Well, we can't leave the mustache in the lurch." She put the bag of food in Edgar's lap, rolled up her sleeves, and climbed over the fence to the neighbors. The man only clapped his eyes in amazement. The vivacious girl aroused in him a feeling of real admiration. Elizabeth walked round the house and found an old 3-step ladder by the shed. She shook the find happily, showing Edgar that she had an idea. The ladder was low enough to climb onto the roof, but high enough to reach her hands over the edge and grab the cat's paw. The frightened Bill clawed at the girl's hand, meowed, and looked around with bulging eyes. When the animal was on the ground, Elizabeth handed it directly into the hands of its owner, through the hole between the bars of the fence. Then she carefully carried the ladder back to its place and climbed back over the fence, as deftly as she had done the first time. There was no sign of the sudden intrusion. "You made us do a lot of work." She knelt down in front of Edgar and patted the cat's fur affectionately. "Thank you. I don't know how I would have got it myself." Edgar handed the girl a bag of groceries. "My name is Elizabeth," by the way, she introduced herself. Obviously not, or he would have waited for another kind-hearted passerby. "And I'm Edgar." The man smiled slightly. "It's a good thing it was you," he said to the passerby. Elizabeth wrinkled her nose. "Let's go with you. Why not? It's like we're old acquaintances." "I'm just embarrassed," Edgar said. "I must be about 10 years older than you." "We look the same age," Elizabeth said. "How about just being polite?" "That's right," Edgar agreed. He drove forward a little and stopped at his gate. "Let me help you." Elizabeth reached for the handle to open the door so Edgar could drive through freely. She took a careless step and tripped over the curb ledge. The man's reaction was lightning fast. He lunged forward and picked Elizabeth up with his arms. I'm clumsy, she deftly hid her embarrassment behind a laugh. "It happens to everyone. It's all right," Edgar played along. "Elizabeth, come and have tea with Grandpa Norman." "Of course we will." Grandpa said something about the roof. Elizabeth remembered and nodded. She waved goodbye and went on her way. Edgar, for some reason, was as excited as a child. He rolled the pram onto the porch, opened the door to the house, where a hungry Bill immediately ran out. It was only then that he realized what had happened a minute ago. For the first time since the accident, the man felt his legs weakly as he pitched forward. They echoed with a slight tingling in his knees. Amanda stretched out in bed, rays of sunlight falling through the window. The hands on the clock showed around 10. Michael wasn't around, he always left early. Apart from weekends, work was the most important lady in the real estate agency director's life. Amanda was in no hurry to get to work. She was already thinking of quitting in general. She was annoyed that Michael wasn't suggesting it. After all, in fact, they were already in a relationship, and he could also allocate some money for her. When colleagues called with questions about his readiness to show flats to buyers, Amanda always found excuses: illness, fatigue, busyness, urgent trip. If he doesn't offer, then I have to quit, Amanda decided as she waited for the coffee machine to make coffee. She liked Michael's house much better than her husband's flat. It was quiet, spacious, and every little thing was taken care of by a robot Hoover. Dishes are washed by a machine, and everything else is automated to the max. It's also perfectly clean. Once a week, Michael had his house cleaned by a cleaning company. He couldn't stand dirt and piles of junk, and he preferred dry cleaning, where all the clothes were put on a hanger and returned perfectly ironed. Unlike Edgar, he was always on parade, not hanging around with tourists, looking after himself. It all appealed to Amanda. It was the way she'd always wanted to live. That was the level she aspired to. The first part of the plan had already been realized: she'd become the boss's mistress. The next part was to gradually accustom him to her in her personal space. Amanda was already looking ravenously at Michael's second car, calculating whether she needed a fur coat for the next season, and when it would be better to take a holiday. And then, when everything was already taken care of, she would quietly divorce Edgar. The girls' plans were Napoleonic. At work, they began to suspect a connection with the boss when Michael drove her a couple of times. Amanda did not answer the questions, but only joked, rolled her eyes. When it all came out, she wouldn't care. In the meantime, it would be better to keep the affair a secret, at least not to be jinxed. Amanda ate a leisurely breakfast, showered, put on makeup, hailed a taxi, and left the office in full parade. She was sure it would encourage Michael to do something more decisive, such as asking her to move in with him at last. "Greetings," Amanda said to the manager, raising an eyebrow in mild amazement. "Not for work anymore." She placed the application sheet in front of her. "So, are you going freelance, or have you already found a better place?" the manager asked, putting the application in the folder. You could say that Amanda smiled enigmatically. She didn't bother with the detentions at her former job, hastily picked up her things from her desk, bade a dry farewell to her colleagues, and dashed out into the street. It was amazing the determination Amanda had awakened when the prospect of a relationship with a wealthy man loomed, and how she dreaded being left in poverty with a disabled husband. Amanda drove home, dropped off her belongings from work. Then she called her friend Camilla, and they went shopping together. The enterprising girl decided that a new set of pretty lingerie would soften the news of her dismissal from Michael. In the evening, Amanda met her lover in parade at his home and informed him of her decision. "Quit. But why? You didn't seem to be loaded with cases, and you were always paid on time." The man was not naively surprised. "Why, Michael?" Amanda coquettishly sat on his lap. "To spend more time with you. After all, a well-slept, beautiful, satisfied woman is better than a tired working bee, isn't she?" "Yeah. Well, what makes you think you were?" Michael was genuinely perplexed. "That's how I felt." Amanda didn't like her lover's reaction. An awkward silence ensued. The man was the first to break it. "I wanted to talk to you about the May holidays too. I thought maybe we could go to the mountains, rent a remote, cozy house. What do you think?" The word mountains almost made Amanda cringe. She was fed up with the mountains in her life with Edgar, and therefore, quickly catching her face, the girl with the most innocent voice began to dissuade Michael from his decision. "Michael, it can still be cold in the mountains. I want to get warm already, you know." She slightly played with her eyebrows. "Maybe we should spend a little more and fly to a place where it's already warm enough. Lying on the beach is better than kicking up mud in the woods, don't you think?" "We could do that," the man agreed and reached for his laptop to look for a suitable offer. Amanda realized she'd won. Edgar was looking forward to the tea party with the neighbors, as if it were some kind of important event. He was also very excited by the return of the weak sensitivity in his legs. Had the hope of flying again risen from the ashes? Or at least to walk with his feet on the grass? Edgar longed for the paraglider, the mountains of his active life. He had buried it all when he got into the pram. But now there was a glimpse of a chance in the darkness that not all was lost. Edgar found the doctor's appointment folder, studied the instructions for physical therapy, and began to slowly exercise. Cassandra even let out a quiet tear of joy as she watched her son exercise. She tried to support him in everything, but not to push or nag him. She realized what Edgar was going through physically and mentally, and so she lagged behind with questions about Amanda, about motivation, about the flat. Time will come on its own, everything will work out as it should, the woman sometimes said to herself in the evenings, tapping her knitting needles against each other. On a warm afternoon in mid-April, Norman and Elizabeth appeared on the doorstep of the house. The landlady invited them in, but the brisk grandfather waved them away, saying that first work, then tea and talk. So he surveyed the edge of the roof and set to work. Cassandra fussed at first, but then waved goodbye and went off to make dumplings. Edgar and Elizabeth set up on the front porch in case the good neighbor needed to fetch tools. "That's a great-grandfather you have, Elizabeth," Edgar whispered in the girl's ear. "I don't remember my grandfathers. I was a little boy when they were gone. I guess I was lucky." Elizabeth nodded and smiled as she looked at her relative who was hard at work with a hammer. "And yes, you're right, my grandfather is a good man. An example for the whole family in hard work and optimism." "I can see that," Edgar agreed. "Do you look like him?" Elizabeth tilted her head slyly and looked down at Edgar. She rested her hand on the wheel of the pram. "What is it?" She looked at the boy expectantly. Edgar was embarrassed for some reason. His heart was pounding like crazy. This simple and perky student caused in him a feeling similar to the first flight under the dome of a paraglider. "You're light, witty, and kind," Edgar said in one breath. Elizabeth felt as if she were experiencing all the words in turn, and then nodded affirmatively, nodded a little pictorially, gave Edgar a playful tap on the shoulder, and laughed. An hour later, vanilla and cherries wafted from the open kitchen window. Cassandra leaned out the door and called out to everyone. "Give up that roof, Norman. And you guys, come and eat your dumplings while they're hot." Edgar and Elizabeth were chatting on a bench near the porch and did not even hear the hostess' response at first. "You, Cassandra, should have your stomach full of people when you're in the middle of work," the elderly neighbor said, fiddling with his tools. "Grandfather, let's not go. It will get cold," Elizabeth said softly. She grabbed the handles of the pram with Edgar and boldly rolled it down the porch to the entrance. "Don't do that, will you?" "I'll do it myself," he protested. "Let me take care of you," Lisa giggled but didn't stop. When the two of them went to wash their hands in the back of the house, Cassandra stopped Norman, who was late for the young people, at the threshold and whispered, "There's a flower been bloom." "I can't see it," he mumbled good-naturedly. "Do you take me for an old fool?" The neighbors smiled understandingly. When the whole company was gathered round the table, the plates were already steaming, fresh with jam, homemade dumplings with garden cherries, strong tea and sour cream so thick that a spoon could stand in it. Under the table, Bill grumbled. The cat nosed on one lap or the other, begging for treats. In the end, Elizabeth quietly gave the mustached cat one dumpling. Bill instantly dragged his prey outside with a proud look. "Who is it that feeds the cat from the table?" Cassandra was outraged. "Cassandra, will you send them for a walk as punishment?" Grandpa Norman winked at his granddaughter. Elizabeth and Edgar looked at each other at the same time. "That's right," said the landlady. "The weather's nice, there's no need to sit around. Go and pick a bunch of flowers. The goose meadow has already appeared. There's a whole meadow behind the village by the pond, and there's a path for the pram, just enough for Edgar to get through." After the meal, Elizabeth and Edgar, sensing a trick, but not seeing it, were outside the gate of the house and moved leisurely along the path. "Can't you walk at all?" "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked that. It's inappropriate." "It's okay," Edgar answered very calmly. "The doctors say there's a chance, but I can't walk yet." At the same time, he remembered the tingling in his knees. He had recently started doing his own exercises, gymnastics, to restore sensation. But sometimes apathy overcomes me and I want to give up and accept everything he shared with the girl. They say that human possibilities are limitless, and it's all about desire. Elizabeth looked at the sun, and then at Edgar. I'm studying marketing, but I want to work with people, with the masses. I feel a calling, but I don't know in what way. That's great, Edgar complimented her. In time, you'll realize where you're going. And you'll get back on your feet in time. I know you will. Elizabeth smiled and discreetly touched the man's shoulder. Edgar felt the warmth of her hand even through the thick sweatshirt. It remained there, even when the hand itself was gone. They talked and talked about plans and dreams, about the shortcomings of the student dormitories and strict teachers, about the countryside and the city, about the joys of being and imaginary problems. For the first time in many months after the accident, Edgar felt alive. If his legs would have obeyed, he would have run, spreading his arms out to the sides and putting his face to the wind. The pram hit a rock, rattling lightly. When the wheel shuddered, Elizabeth stopped. Does it hurt? No, he looked up at her, bewildered by the sudden joy. I think I can feel my leg. Her eyes widened, and she squatted down beside him. She grasped her leg just above the knee and pressed lightly. The skin responded to Edgar with a barely perceptible but uncomfortable, dull pain, as if through a pillow. Barely, but it echoed. Edgar grabbed Elizabeth's hand. I can feel her, he whispered. I can feel her exactly. Elizabeth jumped up and laughed, then threw her arms around Edgar, a tear running down his cheek, either from joy or happiness, or maybe both. Amanda was dozing in her chair with her headphones on. Michael was sitting next to her, looking at something on his laptop. Clouds flashed in the window. The plane was carrying them home from their holiday. Amanda was pleased, and mostly with herself. She had persuaded her lover abroad to buy some expensive gifts. The arguments were persuasive. I really need it, and it will be more expensive at our place anyway. Michael didn't argue, but somehow he didn't have the joy of gift-giving on his face. Although Amanda was diligently broadcasting to the entire shop, glowing defiantly and kissing the man on the cheek. Michael himself never started a conversation about moving, despite the fact that the girl did not work, but he occasionally hinted at the need to find a new source of income. Amanda sincerely did not understand these hints, although she pretended to be a fool. In the end, she moved her things to Michael's house and appeared in the flat only occasionally. As the couple rested after the morning flight and drank coffee on the balcony, Amanda glanced again at Michael's second car. I was thinking that I could drive, she said. Where to? Michael looked at her questioningly, taking his eyes off the phone screen and his work correspondence. Shopping, errands, fitness. Amanda began to curl her fingers. You can't do much in heels, so in trainers or boots. It's more comfortable. Michael shrugged. And it's easier than buying and registering a car. Why buy a car when you already have one? Amanda nodded down at the blue foreign car. Michael followed her gaze, pressed his lips together, and after a pause said, The car's not running. I'm waiting for a new engine. Then I was planning to repair it, sell it, and invest the money in a project. And by the way, you don't even have any driving experience. You can gain experience, Amanda said. You can always sell it. I liked her so much. I could be your sober driver after all. Amanda was an excellent bargainer. She'd learned while studying to be a translator that it was easier to ask for something than to make the effort and strain herself. And awkwardness could always be smoothed over with a woman's tricks. So Michael rubbed the bridge of his nose irritably with his fingers. I don't drink, and even if I did, I could call a taxi. The car's not running, no one can drive it. When the right engine comes along, I'll order it. But until then, you'd better buy yourself a good pair of trainers, he said. The man stood up, took the mug with the rest of the coffee and went back to his room, signaling that the subject was closed. Amanda pouted resentfully. The recommendation seemed insulting to her, considering that pretty shoes and stiletto boots had helped her initially win her lover. She was not refused directly, but rather harshly. She remembered the patient, kind Edgar, who, though he couldn't give her a car, had never refused her other more modest gifts. A few days passed. Amanda decided to ignore Michael's refusal and try to talk about the car again later. She pretended to be a diligent housewife, cooked a nice dinner, bought some good wine. The evening passed in a cozy atmosphere. Until Michael suggested watching a new film that showed the serene life of a family with 2 children. The father was playing frisbee with his son. The mother was teaching her daughter to play the piano. A golden retriever snoozed on the mat. "I always wanted a big family," 2 Michael said suddenly. "A son and a daughter. I even started this business so that the children would have enough to live on and not need anything." Amanda, who was lying on his lap, was slightly shaken, but she did not show it. So there it was, the perfect image of a spouse for Michael, whom he would agree to provide for without question, an educated, working mom. No, she's not going to be that. Wasting her youth and beauty on children, when there are so many countries, so many cool leisure options and ways to improve yourself. "I feel sick," Amanda said, jumping up and going into the kitchen. Suddenly, she had an amazing idea on how to get all the benefits of a lover without cheating on herself. She opened a bottle of mineral water, poured the falling liquid into a glass and drank contentedly. The plan was simple and ingenious. Elizabeth would only come to the village on weekends. For the rest of the time, she had to attend classes. Edgar missed the girl, but tried to keep himself busy in her absence. He was especially focused on writing his book and doing exercises to develop his legs. Elizabeth supported his zeal in both endeavors. In the first 2 weeks of exercise, Edgar was able to wiggle his toes. In another week, he was able to slightly tilt his foot and tense his lower leg. With each new accomplishment, it was as if the motivation and strength for life was returning. May came. Birds sang, tulips, bushes, greenery, and fresh leaves bloomed. Cassandra was digging in the flower bed. She loosened the soil, removed fallen branches from the birch tree where red, yellow, and white tulip buds leaned. Next to them, crocuses climbed out in a row, and at the very border, blue caps of muscari buds. Bill was hanging around the cat, galloped around with his tail between his legs, jumped on the brick walls, hunted for soldier beetles that flew out from under the slate. Edgar sat in the pram by the porch, his eyelids closed, basking in the sun. Suddenly, someone's hands were on his eyelids. "What's the matter?" He stretched out, more amused than annoyed. "Elizabeth, did you think I wouldn't recognize you?" There was a giggle, and then Cassandra's chuckles. "I'm sneaking around like a gorilla," and he's like, "What's the big deal?" Elizabeth indignantly started tickling Edgar's ribs. He laughed immediately, shaking off the remnants of slumber. Cassandra laughed as well, watching the children fool around. When the fun subsided, they went inside to eat cold okroshka and drink dried fruit compote. At the table, Edgar discreetly put his hand on Elizabeth's arm. When his mother was at the cooker, pouring the compote, Elizabeth looked at him embarrassed, but did not remove her hand. Instead, she stroked his little finger with her thumb. It was a strange embarrassment to her normally perky nature. Edgar himself felt like a teenager, as if he were back at the institute and timidly seeking first dates with pretty female classmates. Cassandra saw what was going on at the table out of the corner of her eye, but she didn't let it show. Instead, she thought of something urgent to do outside, grabbed her head, and dashed out of the kitchen. "Elizabeth, I have to talk to you." Edgar began when he realized they were alone. The girl nodded and turned to face him, her whole body on the stool. "About what?" "About what's going on between us." Edgar sighed and took her hand again. "I like you a lot. I realize that we're not just friends anymore. You've become important to me, and you're helping me not to give up. I realize you don't want an invalid, but I'll tell you anyway, I'm married." Yeah, she dumped me like I wasn't worth having around. But officially, I'm still married. Instead of answering, Elizabeth moved closer and hugged him tightly around the neck. "Of course I need you for anything. And I'm sure you'll be out of that damn chair very, very soon," she whispered in his ear. Edgar's insides warmed. He hugged Elizabeth back, at the same time feeling the distinct tingling in his knees again as he pulled her to him. "You are an amazing person, with a good heart and a beautiful dream." Elizabeth looked into his eyes. "And I care first and foremost about how you feel. not what the papers say. The man smiled and hugged the girl again. Let's get you back on your feet already. Elizabeth kissed him on the cheek. Everything will work itself out from here. Amanda scrambled out of her seat and ran desperately to the lavatory. Under Michael's surprised gaze, they had just sat down to breakfast Saturday morning. They planned to drive to a business meeting and go for a walk afterwards. Are you all right? Michael knocked excitedly on the bathroom door. Yeah, just dizzy all of a sudden with nausea, Amanda replied, carefully mimicking the appropriate sounds. She made some more noise with the cistern drain, the tap, splashed water on her face, and went out into the corridor. Michael looked at her with a mixture of joy and anticipation. Are you pregnant? He blurted out. Oh, I don't know. I'll take a test today, Amanda clutched her forehead. What's there to do? Michael picked her up and sat her on the living room couch, fanning her. It's pretty clear. You're sick of food and your face is all bloomy. And if that's the case, would you be glad? Amanda pulled on the most naively righteous expression she could muster. Are you kidding? Of course I am. Michael knelt down in front of her. I've wanted kids for so long. And I applied for a second degree. What are we going to do? Take it back? Amanda changed from righteousness to a broken expression. Why take it back? You're a correspondence student. I'll pay for your education so you can work when the baby grows up, Michael assured her. Yeah, that's how I went to work. Amanda mentally regained her footing, of course. Good. I'll go to the doctor tomorrow and find out everything. She sighed, hugging a jubilant Michael. How to fake a pregnancy until the belly appeared. Amanda had thought through the nausea, mood swings, dizziness and bouts of appetite. It wasn't a problem. A doctor she knew for a fee could write certificates and reports for the first time. But then Amanda was going to stage a miscarriage. The only problem was how to divorce Edgar discreetly, but stay in his flat. After all, the ambitious woman had plans to marry Michael, but he thought the flat belonged to Amanda. He never allowed her to move in. He wouldn't kick his baby mama out on the street, though, would he? There goes the puzzle, thought the cunning Amanda. The certificate was soon obtained. Michael was jubilant, developed a flurry of activity, and was already choosing a name for the future child. He immediately moved Amanda permanently to his place. In the evenings, he looked through prams and cots, endlessly discussed everything related to children. The girl nudged and herself tried to catch the moment to file for divorce. It remained to quietly finish the story with Edgar, so that it would be possible to marry Michael unhindered. There wasn't much time left, and every day counted. In the meantime, Amanda was taking full advantage of her position. She was capricious, demanded a personal masseur, demanded to order food at home, but at 3 o'clock in the morning asked to buy a ring or a handbag. Michael fulfilled all her requests without question, even made a separate bank card for Amanda. After all, the wishes of a mother and her child were a man's law. And no matter what, he liked Amanda, despite her temper. Are you sure? Elizabeth looked at Edgar very carefully. Maybe we should wait. I don't want anything to happen. Yes, I'm sure. Edgar leaned on the armrests of his chair as hard as he could. It was time to try it. They were both in the living room of the house, on the carpet. Elizabeth stood beside the pram and held out her arms to the man. Edgar began to carefully stand up. At first his legs obeyed him on his elbows, but somehow sluggishly, with a third of the strength that was usual for a healthy man. His knees bent like weighted hinges that hadn't opened a door in a long time. It's heavy, Edgar muttered. Elizabeth watched the boy eagerly. It's harder than learning to walk as a child. He put one foot down on the floor first, felt the shaggy pile of the carpet as if through a pillow. Then he put the other foot down. He had to make up his mind and let go of the armrests of the pram. Doubt overwhelmed the mind. Edgar closed his eyes and remembered his first paragliding flight, an eagle around the clouds that hugged the slopes affectionately, overgrown with pines, fir trees. He shivered at the long-forgotten sensations. He felt Elizabeth's support and tried to take a step. His leg felt like a stranger's, stricken with a cramp, but nevertheless he moved slowly forward. A movement, a step through the force, another step. His back was remembering what it was like to be straight. Edgar looked at his legs, scarred from his many extreme activities, and it was as if he was reliving them all a second time, standing here on the soft carpet in his own home. The man managed to take a dozen feeble steps with Elizabeth's encouragement and, tired, sat back in his chair. "You're doing an incredible job," the girl hugged him. "Let's go to the doctor. Let them record your progress. Maybe he will give some recommendations to make the process go faster." "That's a good idea. But how do we get to the city and the hospital?" Edgar nodded sadly at the still-needed wheelchair. "Norman has a car. He can drive it," Elizabeth suggested. "No, he won't, will he?" Edgar waved his hands. "Norman has already done so much for me. I can't. My conscience won't allow it." "Oh, stop it," Elizabeth threw at him. "That grandfather doesn't understand anything. Yeah, he's old and clueless." Edgar was embarrassed. "But only if he agrees, don't insist." He grabbed the palm of Elizabeth's hand, who was about to go to the grandfather. The old Jigalanok drove measuredly over the bumps of the village road. Norman spun the steering wheel and talked about the years of dashing youth and work in the collective farm. Edgar sat in the back seat, holding a folder with his documents. The pram rode in the back in the boot. Elizabeth chortled in the front passenger seat as she listened to her grandfather's stories. It all happened simply, quickly, and completely easy. She asked for it, and they drove. At least Edgar had time to call the hospital and find out if the surgeon would see him today. "Well, my dear fellow, you know how to surprise me." The doctor raved about Edgar after the examination. "At this rate, in 6 months you will be able to run." "Really?" Elizabeth, who was also present in the room, couldn't resist asking. "Of course, this is the first time I've seen patients recover so quickly from such injuries. It's a miracle. Although in scientific circles they don't say so." The doctor pointed at Edgar's medical records, then at his legs. "Keep up the exercises. Work on regaining mobility in all parts of his legs. I recommend that you try walking with support." Edgar drove back almost elated. He was confident that very soon he would be able to walk again, but also to fly. It was in this mood that the man received a sudden phone call. "Edgar." Hi, Amanda's voice came through the receiver. "I won't be long. Can you talk?" "Hi. What's wrong?" A lump rose in his chest, and with it came the memories that had almost stopped bothering him. "I filed for divorce," Amanda informed him briefly. "I don't think I need to explain why or why not. You're a big, smart boy. You'll figure it out." "Yes, I will," he confirmed his ex-wife's words. "Good. I hope they do it quickly. I'll be out of the flat in a couple of weeks." Amanda hung up after that. Elizabeth heard the conversation, unlike Edgar. "It's for the best. Don't be upset," she turned to Edgar and whispered. "You said yourself that she was just a formality." "You're right," the man nodded. "Still, I loved this man once." The key word is once upon a time. Amanda tapped her fingers contentedly on the arm of the chair. Everything was going according to plan. Edgar had agreed to the divorce, even though he didn't have much of a choice. Michael adored her. The pregnancy legend was confirmed by a certificate. A personal bank card with enough money for every whim at any time of day. Awesome. What more could one want? Amanda felt like a queen, with everyone she'd used in her pursuit of the perfect life dancing in formation in front of her. So what do we have left? Staring pensively at the ceiling, she popped a cherry from the platter on the table. A car and an official marriage, she said to herself, spitting out the pit of the fruit. That's what we'll do tonight. In the evening, when Michael returned home, the first thing he did was to hug Amanda and stroke her belly. The girl was waiting for him. She fed her lover a delicious dinner, poured him wine, and gave him a massage. When Michael relaxed, Amanda went on the attack. "Michael, you know, I really want the baby to be born in a legal marriage. I grew up in a full family myself, and I think fatherlessness is unacceptable." "I agree too," the man nodded. "I wanted to discuss this issue too." Amanda stood waiting, like a hound waiting for the command to hunt down a bird for its master. Instead of answering, Michael reached into the pocket of his briefcase, pulled out a box, and placed it in Amanda's hands. "I wanted to make it pretty, but since we're talking, why not?" Michael pulled his lover to him, kissing her forehead. "I agree." Amanda threw her arms around Michael, admiring the size of the stone in the ring. They decided to get married in 3 months. By the time of the wedding, Amanda had already planned to get rid of her ex-husband. After the ceremony and banquet, a week would pass and she would induce a miscarriage. The trap should slam shut in time and securely. "I'll have to put on a few kilos for the good life," the girl smirked, mentally continuing to listen to Michael's musings about the wedding. Surprisingly, he was hardly interested in Amanda's personal life. Before she'd met him, she didn't even remember whether she'd told him about the divorce proceedings or not. Apparently, nonsense like an ex-husband was so insignificant to Michael that he preferred not to spend any time or attention on it. Amanda realized it was time to push harder. "Michael, when my belly grows big, it will be hard for me to go to the hospital and to do things." She put her head on her lover's chest. "Maybe you'll think about a car. And so I would take a couple of lessons with an instructor to refresh my knowledge in my head. What do you say?" Of course, Amanda was lying. She didn't have anything to refresh her mind, because she'd got her license through a big acquaintance and obviously not for free. The young lady was not intimidated by the road, the police, or other drivers. The prestige of owning her own foreign car blinded her eyes. "Maybe your words make sense?" Michael wondered. He put his hands behind his head and wrinkled his forehead. Amanda held her breath and looked up from under her lashes. "All right," he finally announced his decision. "Only we're going to do things differently. I'll sell this car and buy you something more feminine, okay?" "Sure, thanks, honey." Amanda squealed in pleasure and started hugging Michael again, wondering if she should buy a new watch or bracelet in honor of such important events as marriage and the car. "You should go into town and get that tramp stuff out of the flat." Cassandra put a plate of hot soup in front of her son. "You've been divorced for a fortnight and you still haven't." Outside, the window smelled of lilacs. June was buzzing with young grass and summer rains. The sun was lavishing light on the land. "Mum, I'm not quite confident enough to drive myself yet," Edgar replied, opening a jar of sour cream. Over the past month, the man had made noticeable progress in regaining his legs. He could get up and sit down with support, could walk slowly around the house with crutches, walked along the wall without support, and tried to keep his back straight. "Could you ask Elizabeth? She goes into town every Monday anyway, if she could help you," the woman advised, sitting down across from him at the table. "I don't feel comfortable. She's already here with me all the time," like a carer, Edgar mumbled. Cassandra put her hand on his palm. "Son, this girl loves you. Unlike the city girls, you don't blow it. Such girls are worth their weight in gold." The boy looked at his mother in agreement. Edgar realized that everything had been clear between him and Elizabeth for a long time. So why did he hesitate and wait for something? Maybe the proverbial pram was still preventing him from stepping forward, even mentally. Many people have a bad first pancake, but that doesn't mean you can't try again. His mother walked round the table, stroked the back of his head, and went out into the room. Edgar ate his soup, then pulled out his phone and dialed Elizabeth's number. "Hi, I was wondering if you'd go into town with me any day soon and check out the flat." The guy spoke, nervously twirling his spoon. For some reason, every interaction with Elizabeth gave him a pleasant shiver. Edgar was shy, lost, everything fell out of his hands, words were confused. He couldn't remember anything like this with any of his girlfriends. Did it mean what his mother was implying? Edgar didn't know. But each time Edgar waited for Elizabeth to come home from school more and more, and the joy of seeing her was brighter and brighter. "Sure, let's go," the girl agreed. "Are you sure you can manage without the pram?" "I have to," Edgar assured her. "Good," Elizabeth's voice warmed. "Then be ready on Saturday." "I'm looking forward to it." Edgar pressed the button too soon, and he wanted to add kisses. But again, that childish embarrassment ruined it. How surprised he'd be to find Elizabeth feeling the same way, standing in the middle of the institute with a phone in her hand. "I skipped the lab so I could come with you," Elizabeth blurted out when they were already on the train. Edgar looked at her in surprise. He had decided for the first time not to take the wheelchair with him and to use only crutches. "Why?" Instead of answering, Elizabeth climbed under his arm and tucked her nose into his side so that Edgar could only see the top of her head. He smiled into the measured, sleepy emptiness of the carriage, closed his eyes and hugged Elizabeth tighter. The flat Edgar hadn't been to in almost 6 months echoed with the familiar turn of the key and the smell. The man breathed it in, standing on the threshold as if hesitant to enter. The smell reminded him again of times of traveling and flying. His paraglider was in a case in the cupboard on the balcony, his equipment in a rucksack, trekking boots, a camera for taking pictures from a height, a helmet. Amanda's belongings were not in the flat. Contrary to Cassandra's fears, she had taken every last jar, and judging by the footprints in the bathroom, quite recently. She hadn't even bothered to clean up. Edgar and Elizabeth ordered a snack to be delivered and began to tidy up. The man tried to do everything himself, but occasionally he stopped and rested. Elizabeth quickly tidied up the bathroom, washed the dusty dishes, wiped down the cupboards, vacuumed the carpets, and wiped down the mirrors. "You're doing a great job." She praised Edgar as they sat down in the evening on the sofa in the living room with sandwiches and cups of tea. "The doctor was right. You're getting better." "I'm too well motivated," Edgar joked, glancing at Elizabeth. She was embarrassed and dropped the sausage in her lap. "I'm very grateful for everything you do for me." Edgar took a piece from his sandwich and transferred it to the girl's sandwich. "But I am very much attracted to the sky. I want to fly again and do what I love to do. I just don't know how." Edgar frowned. "Aren't you afraid of hurting your back again?" Elizabeth wrinkled her forehead too. She knew what had happened to Edgar's partner and their plane. "Honestly, I'd go through it all again." Edgar looked at her defiantly. "Why?" Elizabeth bowed her head, perplexed. "To meet you again." Edgar leaned down, quickly pulled the girl to him and kissed her. Amanda hurriedly paced across the bridge to the cafe for lunch with her friend. They had just toured a dozen bridal salons looking for a dress for her and her bridesmaids. It was the end of August, all wedding preparations were almost finished, a restaurant had been chosen, a photographer, a designer and a host had been hired. The menu was determined and invitations to guests were sent out. "Aren't you tired of pretending to be pregnant while sipping cold juice from a tube?" Judy asked. "I am. But what can you do? You want a beautiful life." Amanda grinned. "You've got Michael, I'll give you that," she said dreamily. "Handsome, with money, established. He's got it all. Not like your former test pilot." "You don't say." Amanda nodded, pushing her plate away. "The man's in his 30s, and he's still in the mountains, doing crazy things. It's all right, they're divorced now. Forgotten like a terrible dream." Her friends laughed. "How far along are you?" Judy nodded at Amanda's belly and grinned. "I'm in my 5th month of eating like a madwoman, and I've already gained 3 kilos. How can I lose it all?" "It's okay, 1 more week and you'll have a tragic drama." Amanda grinned. "Where do you get the paperwork from Michael to believe?" Judy whispered. "Camila, my friend, does it for me for a small fee." Amanda replied in her tone of voice. "We should go to her today, by the way. Michael wants the results of the ultrasound. Paul wants to know the baby." She grinned again. "You're a brilliant woman, Amanda." She admired her friend. "I wouldn't dare do that. If you want to live, you have to be able to move." Amanda shrugged her shoulders. The girls paid for their lunch and said goodbye. Amanda got behind the wheel of a brand new red sedan, and John waited for a taxi. In her head, Amanda was already imagining the wedding ceremony, figuring out how her dress would fit, what angle would be best to take pictures from. She ordered an exclusive bouquet of terry pale lilac roses from the florists and anticipated her image with it in such dreams. The girl drove up to the clinic car park. After a small formalities, Amanda was already sitting in the office of gynecologist Camila. The nice conversation was interrupted by a phone call. "Sweetheart, where are you?" Michael answered the phone to greet her. "I'm at my doctor's office. When I get off, I'll pick up the results and go straight home." "Oh, great, I thought I'd make risotto. I asked if you could have it, because there's wine in the recipe," Michael asked worriedly. "Okay, I'll be sure to ask." Amanda jabbed her finger at the screen without looking and slipped her smartphone into her purse. "He's worried about my pregnancy." She wrinkled her nose and made an inverted comma in the air with her fingers. Well, what about you? Camila nodded at the memo for expectant mothers on the office wall. You could really get pregnant, you're already at the right age. And you have a reliable man. As they say, they would have hired a nanny, and you have a child and a status. And you're not poor. What's wrong with that? Amanda wrinkled her nose as if she'd taken a bite out of an unripe persimmon. Are you kidding me? I'm already thinking, how do I lose weight? And if the belly button did grow, there'd be stretch marks, swelling, and a C-section. God forbid. Maybe someday, but definitely not now. It's up to you, but I would not refuse such prospects, Camila grinned. So what do you need? An ultrasound at 16 weeks. I'll look it up. Who I've had recently with the same dates. She sat down at the machine, then back at the computer, and began to look for suitable data. A couple of manipulations to change the date and last name. Soon the required documents were lying in front of Amanda. The girl gratefully slipped them into her bag and moved an envelope to Camila. Have you decided what to wear to the wedding? She asked. Yes, I've looked at a couple of options, the doctor replied. We were discussing your photos. General laughter resounded in the office. Amanda drove home in high spirits. She picked up the wedding glasses from the salon, packed them carefully in a box, and was pulling into the car park of Michael's house by 7 p.m. That's odd. I thought he wanted to make risotto. Amanda turned up her nose, kicking off her shoes in the hallway. The house smelled ordinary instead of Italian. And it was too quiet, no sound of rattling pots, no clatter of knives from the kitchen. The girl went into the hall and saw Michael sitting in the armchair. Did you decide to order food from the restaurant? Amanda tried to joke. Michael looked at her glumly. Give me the car keys. Why? Amanda raised an eyebrow in bewilderment. Michael sucked in air through his nose, exhaled. You're going to give me the car keys, then you're going to go to the first floor. Gather all your things, call a taxi, and get the hell out of my life. His voice rumbled so loudly that it echoed in every corner of the house. Amanda squirmed cowardly, her eyes watering. She tried to open her mouth. Michael, what's wrong? The man stood up and roughly snatched the keys from her, his hands shaking. And tell your doctor I'll make sure she's not allowed to practice medicine. Or better yet, sue her, Michael said coldly, looking her in the eye. Amanda collapsed onto the carpet between the chairs. Her ears rang in her ears as reality rained down on her unprotected skin, burning her with the pain of hot needles. Michael squatted down beside her, took her chin, and turned her to face him. Were you trying to get a warm place for yourself at my expense? I had the wrong time and made the wrong call. Yay. How embarrassing. It was so stupid to think of it, he said with a sneer. Amanda burst into tears of shame. But Michael didn't care anymore. She remembered that night like a blur. She stuffed her things into suitcases and bags in 15 minutes, not even trying to apologize, even though it was pointless. Offended Michael, the director of the real estate agency, made caustic jokes about her, and then he poured himself a glass of wine and drank in silence, watching her ex-lover Amanda frantically packing her belongings. Before he left, he took away all her expensive gifts, watches, jewelry, branded items. Amanda walked out of the gate with exactly the same set of things she'd come here with a few months ago. So are you ready? Elizabeth stood in front of Edgar and held his hands tightly. Ready, my captain, the man mockingly put a hand to his helmeted head. The paraglider takeoff pad spread out before them, and beyond it thundered mountains of unbelievable beauty in the autumn landscape. The slopes were drenched in all the colors of the sun's palette, from ochre to purple. The bushes of wild buckthorn shone with beads of miniature berries. Black thorns did not argue with them with their purple cherry leaves. Gray-brown stones, as if old wise men, soothed the riot of autumn colors. It was the end of September. On the bald slope away from the site, the last emerald lizards basked and rare butterflies fluttered. When you go to land, don't spread your legs too far apart. We'll know when it's time, said Terence, adjusting his harness. Oh, come on. What's the holdup? Thomas, the instructor who had once trained John, peered out from behind the passenger cradle. He won't be flying himself until next season at the earliest. I'm in charge for now. All right, stay out of this." Terrence held his palms up and moved away from the runway with Elizabeth. "Let's go down the incline and I'll pick you up," Thomas commanded John. "Let's go." John gripped the safety harness tighter and sped forward. Elizabeth gasped when the wind caught the glider and it began to rise upwards, swaying weakly. Terrence put his palm to his forehead, shielding his eyes from the sun, and shouted approval. "All right, let's go," Elizabeth agreed. "Good. I'm worried about him anyway." She rubbed her fingers together nervously. "Come on," Terrence patted her on the shoulder. "Thomas is the best of the best. He'll bring your husband back to Earth safe and sound." Elizabeth just looked up at the bright dome of the paraglider, which had already risen even higher. "Let's go to the lower ground." "They'll land there," Terrence nodded to the gangway. "When will you fly?" she asked. "I'll wait until Edgar is fully recovered," Elizabeth replied. "He's the only one I trust. And it's so nice and amazing and beautiful here." She spread her arms and breathed in the still warm, clean air, but with a hint of autumn chill. Terrence laughed. "You haven't been rafting with us or riding quad bikes in the mud. There you can feel all the charms of wild tourism." "I think that everything is still ahead of us," Elizabeth smiled back. "Of course, we will definitely take you with us if you want. First we'll get to work, and then we'll send one on tour with people," laughed the cheerful Terrence again. No. I'm only going with my husband." Elizabeth shook her head. They walked to the lower ground, where they found a thermos of herbal tea and sandwiches in the tents. A lot had changed in Edgar and Elizabeth's lives over the past summer. They sold their flat in the city and bought a smaller place away from the center. And the remaining money was spent on a second-hand minibus in good condition. Terrence did not have to be persuaded for a long time. He was happy to return to the company and to travel to the mountains again. He only demanded a good insurance policy in case of unforeseen circumstances. Elizabeth took over the information part of the company, dealing with advertising, answering the phone and keeping the documentation. Edgar was not yet able to fly as an instructor. He had not yet fully recovered from his injury. But he was happy to tell tourists about the coolest places to visit, gave a copy of his book with an autograph to the most curious. But the biggest change was in Elizabeth and Edgar's relationship. They were now officially married. There was no lavish wedding, no expensive gifts, no typical wedding dress. The newlyweds signed, sat with their loved ones, and drove off to the mountains that same evening. By the time of the wedding, Edgar was already walking with a cane and did not need crutches, much less a wheelchair. The doctors applauded him and called it nothing short of a miracle. "It's so good to be here again, and to have everything back to the way it was." Terrence stretched noisily with a satisfied face. "Almost the same old," Elizabeth corrected him. "I'm sorry," generously Terrence made a conciliatory gesture with his hand. Suddenly Edgar's phone, which was still in Terrence's pocket, caught the connection and played a familiar tune, announcing an incoming call. "No, it's not Edgar. He's flying." Terrence deftly retrieved the device and put it to his ear, winking at Elizabeth, who was listening intently to the dialogue. "How does it fly?" "Just like that. He's recovered. So I think the question is irrelevant. He's already married and loves her very much." Terrence put the phone back away. "Who was that?" Elizabeth asked curiously. There's a fallen star." Terrence waved his hand vaguely in the direction. Suddenly he jumped up and shouted, They're flying. Catch it." Elizabeth jumped up after Terrence. The two of them, assisted by Thomas, brought Edgar safely back to solid ground. He was unhooked from the cradle, and the man was sprawled on the grass, arms outstretched, looking up at the autumn blue sky with sparse clouds. "Alive?" Elizabeth asked with a laugh. "As alive as I've ever been," Edgar blurted out, putting his hands behind his head.
Madeline sighed heavily. Yes, what a family the Adamses are. If I'd seen them from the outside, I'd never have realized what could be going on inside the walls of this house. There was nowhere to go, Almost all the cards had been dealt. I know who you are, you bitch. I know all about you. Nee, Cynthia retorted. Her eyes were bloodshot. Her hands were fumbling around the antique table, trying to find something to throw at the villain. A bird's eye view of the village would make you think that all the houses were printed on a huge printer. All the same similar. Brown roof screen hedges, expensive flower beds, the color of the walls. It was as if the architect, in a bad mood, had decided to make the worst plan for the village and the buildings in his life. Madeline looked at the pictures. Paradise Corner. That was the name of the village for rich people who didn't count money. But judging by what had happened there recently, it shouldn't be called that. It should be called Hell's Cauldron. Madeline Walker was a well-known detective who had solved many of the tangled stories of in town. She was not at all like a person who possessed nerves of steel and iron grip. But that was only at first glance. The girl graduated from the Pegatsaiskaya Academy in the capital of our homeland, but conquer the criminal case was not in a hurry. It is much more interesting to unravel the intricate tangle of crimes than to write off hanging sitting in the musty room cops. Madeline opened her detective agency Eagle Eye recently, helped partner Brandon, a man very stately and in love with Madeline. Of course, the girl knew it, but she had her own plans for her life. Brandon was the son of a rich banker, so he was able to rent a room and buy the necessary furniture, supplies, advertising, and a lot of nonsense, without which it is impossible to exist detective agency. Naturally, Brandon's main condition was cooperation. Madeline had to dedicate the guy in all matters relating to the investigation of cases. The girl did not like this arrangement, but if she refused, would not be a detective agency Eagle Eye. Madeline Walker has successfully solved many cases involving robbery, child abduction, and even murder. Therefore, to the young detective quickly lined up a queue of people who could not find the truth with the help of the police. The other day, Walker received a phone call. The woman's voice in the receiver trembled. Speech was unintelligible, so Madeline politely offered to discuss everything on the spot at the agency. The client arrived the same day. She was in mourning, with a tightly tied black scarf on her head, bruises under her eyes, and a pale face. Good afternoon. My name is Jody. It was me who called you today, the woman said, blowing her nose convulsively into her handkerchief. I need your help in a very delicate case. The police, unfortunately, couldn't do it. My daughter is dead. Please accept my condolences. Madeline said quickly. She picked up a small tape recorder and turned it on. If you don't mind, I'll record our conversation so I don't miss any details. Yes, of course. Do as you please. Madeline, you're my last hope. I'm being bribed. I'm being lied to. I can't believe my little girl died of a stroke. She was so young. It's all so strange. Take your time, said Walker, fixing a stray strand of hair. Tell the story thoughtfully. Start at the beginning. Would you like some tea or coffee? Just water, Jody sobbed. Madeline poured water from a carafe and set it in front of the woman. My Kate has always been a very good girl. Jody began. She always did well in her studies. She graduated from high school with a gold medal. My husband and I decided to send her to the capital we had plenty of money. Back in the nutties, we opened our own store selling clothes from Turkey. Kate studied diligently. On weekends, she always came home. Everything was fine until she and her friend got to that unfortunate birthday party. I'll tell you more about that, Madeline said. The beginning of the story didn't sound criminal at all. Doran Smith, one of the town's bigwigs, was having a birthday party. He and his parents live in the Paradise Corner cottage community. My Kate and her friend were also invited. After that party, it was like my daughter was switched. She started dating this Doran. He turned her head. The thing is, everyone in town knows the kid's a real womanizer. He'll play around, and then he'll dump her. Kate was relentless. She loves him, that's all. I don't care if you're smashed to bits. She started disappearing to the Smith's house a lot. She was terrible with me. She came from him and quarreled with me. One day, Doreen offered Katya a place at his house, and she stupidly agreed. I never saw her alive again. Jody sobbed, her shoulders shaking. How did it happen? Did the Smiths give you any details? What was the outcome of the autopsy? Madeline asked. The story was taking a very mysterious turn. The official cause of death was a stroke. But what kind of stroke could a young, healthy girl have? My Kate was an athlete with a perfectly healthy heart. I'm sure Doreen had something to do with my little girl's death, and I want justice, Jody finished loudly. She took out her handkerchief again, wet with tears, and wiped her nose with it. Then she sipped some water from the glass and continued. The police, the Smiths, must have been bribed because they didn't consider anything other than a stroke. The case was closed. But I don't believe the official version. Help me, please, and I'll thank you well, Jody said. Walker was silent for a moment. Yes, it's an interesting case, but it was worth taking on to unravel another tangle. What if the girl did die of some other... All right, I'll take the case. I'll need all the information you have on file after the police investigation, all the references, Kate's friends and girlfriends, and half the money for my work. Madeline wrote the cost of her service on a piece of paper, and Jody nodded affirmatively. I'll see you at the agency day after tomorrow. With all the paperwork, she replied. When Jody left, Madeline quickly opened her laptop and began to look for information about the Smiths. A wealthy family, Doreen's mother and father are the founders of the bank. The son is a major who spends money left and right, and here's the mother's social media page. Margaret Smith. In the photo posed statuesque and very beautiful woman with an imperious look. It was Margot's gaze that mesmerized and frightened at the same time. Walker left the agency building well past midnight. All this time she had been making a plan of action and investigation. But all the paths led to one dead end. There are no documents on the official version of the investigation yet. We have to wait. The phone in her pocket vibrated. It was Brandon. Where do you go? The man yelled cheerfully. Please, I just got home from work, Madeline said tiredly. What do you want? Oh, so we'll be investigating a new case soon. Brandon's voice sounded solemn. I've been waiting for you in the driveway for hours, Walker sighed. Several times a month, Brandon liked to go for a nice walk to get away from everything. He and Madeline went to the most expensive clubs and restaurants, and the guy left almost 2 months' salary of a regular accountant in those places. Oh God, today is such a day. He's going to drag me out again, Walker guessed. She had a bad headache and she wanted to sleep. Brandon, you know I feel so bad. It's been such a hard day, Madeline began, but the boy interrupted her. No excuses. You have to come to the club with me. Your favorite band is playing there tonight. The girl grimaced to herself. It was a good thing Brandon hadn't called via video link. He wouldn't have liked the disgruntled look on Walker's face. Okay, she said, but not for long. Dictate the address, and I'll pick you up. He mumbled satisfactorily. Morning knocked lazily on the window. Madeline got up quickly. Her head was buzzing. Last night's rest at the club had taken its toll. Brandon was lying next to her with his hands behind his head, smiling broadly. Hey, how are you? You know how to relax. You'll see later. I took a picture of you on my phone. What you did on the bar last night. Walker moaned loudly. OHHOU, I told you I can't use. It was worth it for a night like this. We didn't have anything. Madeline looked down at the blanket in horror. Thank God my pajamas were still in place. No, of course not. Brandon's eyebrows rose in surprise. Though you're attractive as hell, it would be a sin to use your body in such a deplorable state. I just took you in a cab, put you to bed, and kept watch to make sure you didn't do anything else. You bully. Brandon pecked Madeline on the cheek and went into the kitchen to find something for breakfast. Walker slowly picked up her phone, found the latest videos and photos. Oh, Brandon, that's some ready-made dirt. Here's her chasing a dancer off the pylon and trying to strip dance, and further knocking bottles off the bar with her beautiful stiletto. The last photo caught my eye. It shows Brandon, Madeline, and another guy with a girl. The young man's face looked familiar. Brandon, come here a minute. Walker called out to him. He came into the bedroom carrying a large tray. There was a glass of soda on the tray, and croissants and coffee. Mr. Antipo Malin to the rescue. Brandon raised one fist up in a funny, heroic Brandon. Tell me, who's in this picture? Madeline put the phone in her boyfriend's hands. Oh, that's my friend Doreen Smith and his new girlfriend. You danced with him last night too. Honey, don't you remember anything? Madeline shrugged her shoulders. Brandon, showing his perfect white teeth, laughed loudly. Her head began to buzz again. Walker rummaged through her bedside table and found an aspirin. Sipped some soda. Now we'd have to wait for the pain to go away. Then breakfast. The thing is, a woman came to see me yesterday. She's the mother of Dorian's ex-girlfriend. Her daughter died under unclear circumstances. I've decided to take over the case. You haven't heard anything about it by any chance? Wow, Brandon exhaled and rubbed his hands together. No, Madeline aspirin. I know that his ex-girlfriend's a horse's ass, but that's about it. Kate's mother's supposed to bring in the deceased's paperwork any day now. She and I have agreed on a pretty good sum for my services. I just don't know where to start. There's not a lot of information about the Smith family on social media. As a friend of Dorian's, do you have anything useful? Alas, sweetheart. The Smiths are very careful about what they show in public and what they keep in the back of the closet. Unless you live with their family, you won't be able to solve this dead girl mystery. What am I supposed to do now? Madeline became visibly sad. What would you do without me? Brandon smiled slyly. You are terribly lucky. Recently, Dimka's mother kicked out of the mansion another housekeeper. We can try to find her through a recruitment agency for rich majors, but the mistress must like you. Otherwise, your whole business will be over. Cynthia and her husband like everything neat and tidy. I was lucky enough to be in their house once. Everything was in order, not a speck of dust in. You don't think she'll realize I'm a sitting duck? Of course it's a good idea. The main thing is to get into the house, gain her trust, and then we can investigate. So what do you say? Shall we try? Brandon asked her. He was already devouring the scones from the tray. Madeline hurried to join him. All right, but I've got to talk it over with Jody first, Walker said, and get copies of the documents. Maybe I'll find something interesting in there. My head was almost gone. The croissant smelled so appetizing that the young people ate every last one. Turns out you can be useful. Big boy, Madeline thought and smiled to herself. It didn't take long for Jody to arrive. The next day, she brought copies of all the certificates and documents to the Eagle Eye Agency. Walker, wearing her fancy gold-rimmed glasses, read the contents in detail. It's all very strange. She snapped her fingertips. Judging by the autopsy results, she should have had heart problems long ago. You say she was more than fine. Jody exclaimed. Kate never complained about her health. Did the police really get paid? And how much money did it take to get the honest justice officials to cover up a sensitive case? Thought Walker. Madeline initiated the woman into her future plans. Jody was surprised and dumbfounded by this turn of events, but Walker assured her that everything should go well, Madeline said. And Jody breathed a sigh of relief. If I get into the settlement, you and I probably won't be able to see each other very often. Whether the Smith family's phone calls are monitored is also a mystery. Wait for my call. Don't call me yourself. If anything, I don't know you. You've never met me. Jody nodded affirmatively. The next morning, an excited Brandon was ringing Madeline's doorbell. I've made an appointment with the secretary of the Lily of the Valley. That's where Cynthia recruits most of her staff, he said as Walker poured coffee into cups. She was preoccupied with something, and the boy noticed it. What if something goes wrong? What if they find out I'm not who I say I am? Don't pretend to be. Don't worry, I'll try to visit Dimka more often to make sure you're safe. Remember, the most important thing is that all the household believes that you are a real housekeeper with experience. Pack your bags, no time to waste, or they'll hire someone else to take your place. Brandon helped Madeline to pack everything she needed, quickly packed a suitcase in the trunk of his foreign car, and they rushed down the busy road. The Lily of the Valley Agency was one of the most elite places to hire a maid with a lot of experience and specialized training. Brandon handed Madeline a fake certificate of completion of a housewife's course and references from a previous job. Study this thoroughly so you won't get into any trouble when the landlady asks, he advised. But how did you? Don't ask. Moore smiled Brandon. EI promised the pretty secretary a wonderful evening at the swankiest restaurant in town. So you owe me. The boy winked. Madeline raised her eyebrows in surprise. Sometimes Brandon can be quite the help. She thought and started reading her resume. O.B. Garrison, born in 1991, graduated from special education in Washington, D.C., was a housekeeper for a family. Everything swam in front of her eyes. She's Obie Garrison now. That's great. I have to learn to respond to that name so they don't notice the switch. Where is Obie now? She asked Brandon thoughtfully. She went to her relatives in TV and got pregnant by her master. So the case was hushed up and she was sent away so as not to spoil the reputation of the rich family. Madeline shuddered. Not a good start, but a detective should be able to do everything, even work under someone else's name. She'd promised Jean she'd find the truth. All right, Obie, are you ready? Did you read the questionnaire? Cynthia's gonna be here any minute. You're gonna have to do something to make her choose you. Madeline asked. Are there any other candidates? Of course. Ain't, answered Brandon. You have 5 more charming young girls. I suggest you change into a more modest outfit and put your hair in a tight bun Cynthia likes order. Madeline quickly changed her clothes and did as the boy advised. Half an hour later, the rich mistress was already at the agency. Cynthia changed housekeepers like gloves, so the other girls said. Madeline's heart dropped. Come on, think of something to make her hire you. She screamed inside. The secretary of the Lily of the Valley agency asked the girls to line up in a straight line. When the woman entered the room, Madeline knew at a glance who she was. Cynthia, tall and slender, had a commanding and magnetic look. Her voice was loud and commanding. She stopped in front of the potential housekeepers and asked the receptionist for all the girls' resumes. Cynthia studied the papers for a long time, then looked up sharply and said, I've chosen. Who is Monica Wiggins? That's it. That's it. What am I supposed to do? Madeline's eyes raced. I've got it, Cynthia. May I speak to you? You're making a big mistake hiring that housekeeper. Walker stepped forward and continued. I used to work in the same big mansion with Sidorova. I'll tell you, she's been stealing groceries and taking them out of the village more than once. The girls gasped and whispered. And Sidorova, white with anger, cried out, she's lying. I didn't steal anything. I have an excellent reputation, but Cynthia paid no attention to Monica. Her scrutinizing gaze rested on Madeline. Are you Harrison? I've never seen you in this agency before. And you look better than the others. Okay, you'll work for me. We'll see what happens. Maybe you're the one stealing, and you're the one who told on your friend. Cynthia smiled broadly, revealing large white teeth. Monica whispered curses, but Walker didn't care. Her plan had come to fruition. Now the main thing was not to give herself away. The hostess talked to the secretary for a few more minutes, then nodded to Madeline and headed for the exit. Walker, showing her tongue to the other girls, quickly picked up her heavy suitcase and followed Cynthia. A luxury car of the latest model was waiting for her at the exit. Madeline was about to open the doors, but Cynthia stopped her with a wave of her hand. You're taking a different car. The servants aren't allowed to ride with the owners. The exception is our... You can't say anything, Madeline thought, and looked around. Obie Harrison, was being called by a handsome man. Madeline drove to the Paradise Corner settlement in a domestically made ramshackle car. My name is Reese. The man introduced himself, looking at Madeline in the rearview mirror. It's nice to see new faces in our home. I hope you're familiar with our hostess's personality. UAC sharp. OBI, replied the girl. UA, judging by her appearance, she is very... You're right. Reese winked. I'd advise you not to fall for her son. If you go missing, your family won't find you. Reese was suddenly silent, and they rode in silence the rest of the way. Paradise Corner was closely guarded. You couldn't just walk through. A wide and long fence led along the entire territory of the cottage village. At the entrance were 2 guards in full armor. Madeline memorized everything carefully. Wow, you've got a lot of security here, she said to Reese. He nodded affirmatively. The villagers don't like uninvited guests. Every visitor is registered in a book. The guards have the book, so don't try to escape. They won't let you out that easily. Reese smiled, and Madeline didn't know if he was joking or telling the truth. But the whole thing is creepy. The house stopped in the backyard of a posh mansion. The house looked like an old castle. Tall towers, peculiar masonry walls. Madeline froze for a moment at the entrance. The house amazed her. She had only seen such buildings in pictures of children's fairy tales. Reese gently pushed Madeline toward the entrance and wished her good luck. Walker hesitantly entered the building, how chic and expensive everything was. What a huge kitchen. Marble floors, mirrored ceilings. Suddenly, a strong hand grabbed her shoulder. Cynthia, the woman, led Madeline into the parlor where the rest of the servants were already lined up. Walker scrutinized the even formation of 2 guards, 3 drivers, a fat cook, a laundress, and a housekeeper. A Wiccan wore the same uniform, a white bonnet, a dark brown dress with a sheer lace apron. On their feet were black patent shoes without heels. The guards and drivers wore blue overalls and the same patent shoes. All looked sternly downward, hesitating to raise their eyes to the hostess and the new girl. And Cynthia, smiling contentedly, introduced Madeline. "Honored ones, there's a new member of your friendly staff today. Please love and welcome Obi Garrison. She'll be replacing our previous housekeeper." "Yeah, sure. And Dimitri's gonna have some fun too." "Fresh meat," the sullen cook muttered. Everyone nodded their heads. "So, you know very well that such talk will get you fired without reinstatement." Cynthia's voice suddenly changed from honey-colored to dry and commanding. "Peggy, will you come to my office after lunch?" Cynthia said, glaring at the cook. Peggy seemed to realize what the management was going to talk to her about, so she quickly squared her head and looked down at the floor. Madeline looked around curiously at the staff. The guards were all well-built, pumped up, slim, and stern. The cook and laundress were like twins, equally plump, with kind eyes. The housekeeper is like an old mantis, a dried-up and decrepit woman on the threshold of old age. But the housekeeper's unkind look did not please the girl. "Please show Obi to her room." Cynthia said to the housekeeper. Give her the linens and tell her her duties." "Obi, when you've laid out your things and changed into your uniform, come and see me to discuss your salary." "But my salary was already set at the agency where you hired me," Walker wondered. "There's something wrong, of course," Cynthia said wryly. "But we haven't talked about additional services." "Don't waste time. Go to your room and get changed." "Muse, take her upstairs." Cynthia waved to the rest of the staff, a gesture that obviously meant the introductions were over. "Seems like getting acquainted and figuring things out here is going to be very difficult." "Well, nothing. We'll see, thought Madeline as she climbed the steep spiral staircase upstairs. The muse showed the girl to her small room. It was more like a closet because it was in the attic part of the house. There was an old iron bed, a chest of drawers, and a desk with a chair by the window. Nothing else. "You can stay here, Obi," Martha said politely, pointing to the bed. "And the laundress will bring your laundry. Keep it clean and change it as needed. You will ask our hostess any questions you may have when you're clean. We say Muse. I don't know your middle name." "Muse Scott." "We'll say Muse Scott. Is it customary here to address a stranger as you?" The old housekeeper pressed her lips together. "You know, Obi, only the strongest of spirits endure here. Cynthia is a very wise woman, and she keeps only a select few around her. I've served her faithfully for over 15 years, and in all that time, she has never questioned my courtesy or the proper treatment of her servants. Not once has she ever punished me. So, girl, it's not for you to tell me how to treat anyone." Muse Scott turned abruptly and disappeared out the door. Madeline stood with the suitcase by the dresser. "Oh, wow, she said to herself. What a place to live." When she had laid out her things and made her bed, she put on the uniform that the courteous washerwoman had brought her. Without a word, the woman placed the clothes on the bed, nodded, and disappeared like a shadow. The servants here walked silently. That meant that anything could definitely happen in this mansion. Insidious scheming, deceit, treason, and murder. Maybe more than one. Like, where did the old housekeeper go? "So, Obi, how do you like our house?" "Thanks, but I've only been in my room so far. But I'm sure it's gorgeous and very old." "Yes, it's beautiful. It used to belong to my great-grandmother. During World War II, the Nazis took it over, but after the German army was defeated, the house survived. I didn't invite you into my office to discuss your job duties. You already know them." Madeline knew them. To keep the house clean, to clean the household, to set the table before meals, to serve the mistress and her family. "By the way, where's Cynthia and Dorian's husband? You probably know that we are the owners of a huge inheritance. We keep our valuables safe and don't show our lives to the common people." "Yeah, Jetty," Cynthia began. Her voice sounded assertive. That's why you should know that any gossip about our family is a direct way to be reprimanded and fired. All phone calls are tapped, keep that in mind. In general, anything you see or hear here must stay within the walls of the house. Now about the business. I wanted to offer you an extra income. You will have to inform about the condition of all my subordinates. Are you suggesting that I snitch on my co-workers? The girl asked bluntly. Why are you being so harsh? The hostess smiled wryly. Not to snitch, but to share the mood of the staff with me. I should know what's being said behind my back. Of course. You just want me to be a snitch. You sly toad, Walker thought, and answered, Am I allowed to think? Of course, Cynthia said. I didn't expect such a quick answer. Think it over, and then you and I will make a deal, Smith smiled. But Madeline saw something devilish and unkind in that smile. Now you may begin your duties. Go to Muse Scott and get what you need for your work. When Madeline left, Cynthia exhaled deeply and said to herself, either she's stupid or she's too smart. It's okay, Obi, I'll find out who you really are. Brandon called her at midnight. He promised he'd come to visit Dimitri soon. Dorian Smith arrived home late. He was drunk. Dorian's father showed up after midnight. Madeline heard Cynthia screaming and cursing. The tired girl fell asleep in the morning. Peggy, what's the matter? Kaguya yelled. You've overdried the meat again. Maybe it's time to replace you. Get out of my sight, you brainless bitch. Peggy picked up the pieces of roast that were lying on the floor, picked up a tray, and whirled out of the dining room. Doreen chuckled at the sight of such a scene. He obviously found this morning's squabble funny. He looked at Madeline and his eyes lit up. Vincent, Cynthia's husband, sniffled unhappily as he looked at his wife. Oh, honey, can't you get off your butt sometimes and cook something yourself? He asked his wife calmly. No, Daddy, she can't. Mom's too busy lying on the couch. Cynthia pounded her fist on the table. Hey, son, you know that. I'm sick right now. Mom, you're always sick. Well, I'm going to go. Wait for us to visit tonight. The hostess changed her face. You asked who? Who else are you going to bring? Doreen was very much like his mother. That's why he liked to annoy her. His new girlfriend. You don't dare bring your new prostitute here. Her mother shrieked and her hands shook. Vincent tried to calm her down, but it was in vain. I dare you. You've got the old one down, but you wouldn't dare treat the new one like that. Believe me. Doreen finished his coffee and left the dining room. Madeline looked up at him curiously as she cleaned up the grease from the roast. What was he talking about? Who was swatting who? Doreen winked at her and slammed the front door. There was the sound of a car engine slowly moving away. Darling, Cynthia sobbed. I can't go on like this. Sweetheart, let's go to the bedroom. I'll give you something to calm you down. Vincent took his wife under his arm and they went into one of the back rooms. When Cynthia's husband came out, Madeline was cleaning the hallway. You didn't hear anything this morning. Do you understand me? He hissed, looking Madeline in the eye. Patience invited not to argue. Oh, of course, Vincent. I didn't hear anything. Everything was fine. You had breakfast and went about your business? Oh, good girl, growled the satisfied host. He got dressed and left for work. Walker had been working at the Smith house for 2 months. In that time, she had gotten to know the rest of the servants. Muse Scott, a stern-looking housekeeper, turned out to be a very simple-minded woman. She liked the outdoors, and Madeline often asked to go for walks in the park with her. You know, I don't have a mother. You look just like her, Madeline sobbed, and Muse Scott's heart melted. She became more attached to the housekeeper, and Madeline could thus learn all the information about the Smith family members. Peggy, a longtime cook, had disliked Madeline from the first day. Walker recognized the woman's weak spot. Peggy liked expensive alcohol. Therefore, the girl, in one of the cloudy evenings, visited the room where the cook lived and treated her with expensive cognac. The brandy was brought by Madeline Brandon. The plump cook told Walker that strange things were happening in the mansion. All of Doreen's girls are dying in a strange way, of heart attacks, but Peggy didn't believe it. She thought that the girls are killed by the son of the mistress himself, and the mother and father cover up the atrocities of their child. Madeline decided to herself that Peggy was the main ear of the house, so the cook must always be kept on the hook. The fat and pitiful laundress, Maiji, worked in the basement and rarely came out. Madeline had a bad rapport with her, but she knew from Peggy Walker that Mary had a daughter and had worked in the house before. Then she had died under strange circumstances. Meiji was quiet and didn't share her life story with it. The guards had little interest in Madeline, but Walker knew they were probably the main witnesses who might know the truth about what was happening to the girls in the mansion. There would have to be a clever way to collect the camera footage. One of the men, Daniel, was younger than the others. He could be approached, how Walker hadn't figured out yet. The drivers, Ireland and Wendy Whitewater, were twins and Madeline often confused. Brendan began coming to the Smith house more often, and he and Doran would play pool or watch movie premieres. He and Madeline learned to communicate on the phone with the help of a special cipher. Some words were replaced by others, but the meaning of the information could be grasped. Brendan, in turn, was interested in the affairs and life of Doreen. Madeline never agreed to Cynthia's additional income. The landlady did not appreciate such a decision. From the servants, Walker learned that the mistress gave such an offer to each of the workers of the house, but no one dared to take such a step. Whistleblowers are not liked. Snitches are quietly put away. Every day of her life in the Smith house, the detective recorded on a small dictaphone. It was necessary to filter information and memorize every little thing. Also, the cunning housekeeper was able to install several tiny recording cameras when she cleaned the rooms of the owners and doors. The main thing was to make sure that no one noticed the peepholes. The first plans had come to fruition. Now it was necessary to gain the trust of the young guard. Madeline's thoughts were interrupted by loud laughter. Doreen walked into the hallway, holding the hand of a young girl. She was dressed in an expensive mink coat and leather boots. Madeline had a good eye for quality things. "Oh, hello, Bunny." Doreen waved cheerfully. Get the table ready. I'm going to introduce Mom and Dad to my future wife." Madeline smelled the odor of alcohol coming from the boy. "You've got to keep your eyes open now." Cynthia slowly entered the hallway. Her head was covered with a tight towel, for she had been unwell all day. Vincent had returned from work early today and was sitting in his study. But the shouting and noise in the hallway forced his master to come downstairs. "Dory, what are you doing here?" he asked, sighing noisily. "Mother's been in bed with headaches since this morning. Take the young lady home and we'll get acquainted tomorrow." I wouldn't think of it." Doran shouted cheerfully. If you don't want to get acquainted today, the young lady will sleep at our house and we'll get acquainted at breakfast." She smiled politely at Cynthia and Vincent Taylor. The host looked at Madeline with a murderous look, and she realized what she had to do. "OBA, tell Peggy not to put alcohol on the table." Cynthia whispered to Madeline, "Tell Peggy to put more alcohol on the table. We're having a party tonight. Right, honey?" The girl smiled fearfully and nodded. Cynthia motioned to go into the dining room. The woman was pale and often clung to her temples. Vincent sat down at the head of the table with a stone face. The newcomer was not welcome in this house. Madeline was carrying the dishes and overhearing the Smiths' conversation. Honey, don't worry. We'll get her out of here in no time." Vincent whispered to "It's not the way I'd like it to be today. I don't think I'll survive 1 minute with that prostitute." Cynthia hissed. Where did he pick her up? Or Doreen, red with either joy or drink, tended to his girlfriend in the hallway. Madeline helped him hang up his clothes. Doreen's new fling was very pretty and sophisticated. I wouldn't have thought she looked like a girl of easy virtue. Probably a person of high society. Doreen's girlfriend, maybe. Madeline took out her tape recorder and quietly placed it on the mantel, covering it with a framed photograph. "Okay, great. Now we don't have to worry about any information floating past our ears." Meanwhile, dinner was served and everyone gathered around the table. Madeline stood a little farther back behind her host's backs to carry the dirty plates into the kitchen. "Mommy." Doreen began. "My dear, let me introduce you to my new wife-to-be. Her name is Lexi. She's very rich, so can you please leave your barbs behind and accept my choice for once in your life?" Lexi's was obviously feeling a little out of place. She blushed thickly and looked at Dorian expressively. But he continued as if nothing had happened. "Oh, Mother, she's going to live with us. Since I am the heir to this house, I have the right to decide who lives here. Daddy, you won't let Mom hurt my fiancé, will you? Like she did to Kate?" "Shut up," Vincent yelled. His face darkened and he slammed the plate down hard. It shattered and fell to the floor. Madeline hurried to pick up the pieces. "Whoa, things are starting to take a turn for the worse. Jody, Kate's mother, thinks her daughter was killed by Doreen, but maybe there's more to it than meets the eye. Dad, don't scare Lexi. Doreen began in a hurt tone, but son, you're scaring your fiancé. Why would she tell you about your ex-girlfriend who didn't lead a very decent life, cheating on you with a security guard? Lexi comes from a very intelligent and respectable family. Honey, have dinner with us. Cynthia, with an anaconda's gaze, began to put meat and potatoes on her guest's plate. Lexi, thank you, Cynthia, but I don't eat that much. I'm watching my figure. Doreen doesn't like fat people. Cynthia smiled wryly and whispered to Madeline, go to Peggy's kitchen and help her decorate the dessert. It's clear. The hostess doesn't want any extra ears in the dining room. Madeline smiled and went out. The dictaphone will record everything. It was hot in the kitchen. Peggy was sitting at the table drinking tea. Did you bring another victim? The woman grinned. Do you want tea? Cynthia sent me to help decorate the dessert. Madeline said. Peggy raised an eyebrow in surprise. Oh, it's been done for a long time. Come sit down and we'll talk. Madeline sat down at the table. Peggy began. She came to change the linen in your room and found something. The woman held out her palm to Madeline. There was a bug on the palm, apparently lost when Walker pulled out the baggie with the tiny cameras. How could she be so sloppy? But I had to find a way out of it. I don't know. Probably a camera, Madeline shrugged. But Peggy continued her questioning. Oh, I can see it's a spy camera. How did it get in your room? Oh, I guess the owners wanted to test my honesty, so they put it there. Walker tried to evade. Do you think I'm a fool, girl? The cook smiled. I can see from your face that you're not a housekeeper for hire. You don't know how to clean professionally. You don't know how to serve the owners. Who are you and where did you come from? Tell me, or I'll have to tell my guesses to the owners. Peggy poured herself more tea and looked questioningly at Walker. What's to be done? How could I have blundered like this? Because of my busy work schedule, I forgot to change the laundry myself. What else could the laundress have seen in there? Madeline pondered chaotically, but there was nowhere to go. Peggy could really tell the owners, and then the whole plan would fail. We have to tell the truth. Yes, you're right. Walker said after a moment. I'm not who I say I am, but I didn't get here by accident. I'm investigating the mysterious death of Kate, Doreen's ex-girlfriend. She recently passed away right here in the house. The girl's mother doesn't believe Kate could have died of a stroke. Her daughter was perfectly healthy. And my name isn't Obi. It's Madeline. Madeline walked. Wow, Peggy whistled. Why didn't you tell me about yourself before? Madeline looked at the woman in surprise. Logic was definitely not Peggy's strong suit. I didn't know anything about you. You could have turned me in, and then I would never have known the truth about the murder. The cook looked at Madeline very carefully, questioning whether or not to believe the story. Suddenly, she said excitedly, Walker, I know you. I've heard about your agency many times. Brendan, Doreen. Madeline nodded in agreement. Yes, Brendan and I have decided that I need to infiltrate the Smith mansion itself and find out all the facts. I need all the security tapes. Maybe they have Kate's murder on them, but there's no way I can gain the trust of any of them. I've known Cynthia and her husband for years. They could be hiding their son's evil deeds. Doreen's strange too, changing girls like a glove. How many girls has the Smith son had, and all of them disappearing in the middle of nowhere? Fuck off, Peggy exclaimed delightedly, but Madeline shushed her. The Smiths might have heard. Peggy, you must promise me you won't tell anyone. Not about me and my business. Not even the washerwoman. No one but us can know who I really am. Swear it. Come on, darling. I'll never give you up. I promise to help you with your case. I too feel sorry for all the girls of that young tyrant. There were so many of them, all from rich families. Where they disappeared to, I don't know. But Cynthia never accepted any potential bride into her family. Just the air in the dining room was tense. Lightning seemed to fly from Cynthia's eyes. Vincent stared blankly at the ceiling. The girl served dessert. She managed to sneak over to the fireplace and took out a tape recorder. She wondered what they were talking about. When dinner was over, Madeline quickly cleaned up the dining room and hurried to her room. In her hand, she clutched the dictaphone. But when the girl entered the bedroom, she shrieked in surprise. On the bed sat Doreen. Hello, little birdie. he said and smiled. Madeline froze at the door. What was he doing here? After all, the girl had seen with her own eyes how he, along with Lexi, had gone to his apartment. What does he want? Don't shake. I came to you with an offer. You see, my mother is in a bad mood about my new girlfriend again. I'll make you a deal. You tell me everything you hear about me and Lexi from my parents, and I'll pay you good money. Deal. Madeline sighed. Mother and son are the same, and if Cynthia finds out, she won't. Dory moved closer to Madeline and patted the girl on the cheek. If you don't tell, I hope you're smart. I am a grave. It's not in my interest to spoil myself in the mansion. All right, I'll give it a try. Yue Walker sighed. How just in time is all this? Doreen winked happily and quickly left the bedroom. The girl closed the door tightly, lay down with her head under the blanket, and turned on the recorder. Doreen, how nice of you to bring such a young lady into the house again. Lexi, do you like it here? Your pants aren't too tight after dinner. Cynthia's voice sounded. I'm fine, thank you. Lexi answered confidently and without a tremor in her voice. I really like your cozy home. I live downtown and this cottage community is my first time in this area. Your house really stands out from the others. I hope when you come to my parents' house to meet them, you'll appreciate our mansion too. Oh, honey, I hope that won't happen. It was the landlady again. Her voice was lusciously, Mommy, take it easy. If you want to see your little boy home once in a while, don't make me have to pack my bags and leave home again. The recorder was silent for a minute. Then there was a sob. Doreen, don't say that. Let Lexi stay with us as long as she wants. You just, okay, Mommy, calm down. I'm not going anywhere. Dad will probably go to our place. Cynthia shakes. Stop it, sweetheart. I hate her already. If you only knew. I hate all of them. They want to take everything from Doreen. And our money, my dear, come on. I'll give you a pill. Footsteps sounded, and the recorder turned off. So much for the recording, Madeline thought for a moment. Strange. Cynthia has strong nerves, but something had clearly happened at dinner that had thrown the mistress of the mansion off balance. We must get to the bottom of this, only very carefully. There was a persistent knock at the door. Madeline wasn't expecting anyone. Who? Open up, Madeline. It's Peggy. Walker let the woman into the room and locked the door. Peggy, please don't shout my name all over the floor. They could hear you. The girl shouted angrily. I'm sorry. I'm stupid. The woman whimpered. I have a plan to get the security tapes. The whole house. HSDNT. Ow, come on, tell me. Peggy took Madeline's hands. It's simple. Daniel, one of the guards, is head over heels in love with you. He confessed it to me the other day when he was having lunch in the kitchen. He's been asking me all sorts of questions about how to approach you. This is our chance. Just reciprocate. Madeline sighed and sat down on the bed. Playing with love is no joke. It could end very sadly, but it was worth a try. It was a magical winter morning. The first thin snow fell and covered the frozen ground with its lace. The spirit of the upcoming new year was in the sky. City Paradise Corner was slowly being dressed up. In some houses, the workers were already working at full speed. They put on the roofs and walls of houses LED ribbons, installed figures of snowmen, Santa Claus. The Smith mansion already stood dressed up. The towers were decorated with lights on the windows, elegant lace patterns made of special paper. Madeline took an active part in all this pre-holiday bustle and even for a moment forgot that she was a detective under a false name. During this time, the Smith house had become her home. Madeline had been nursing the idea of a relationship for a long time, until one day Daniel himself talked to the girl when they went to town to buy groceries. The housekeeper was contractually obligated to go shopping with an escort. The guard had apparently asked for it. Nice weather, isn't it? He asked, looking in the rearview mirror. Madeline looked straight into the guy's eyes. They were like two hypnotic circles, drawing him inward. Oh, great. I love winter. The girl answered honestly. The driver, Edgar Stanley, smiled slyly. He switched the wave on the radio. You're not like the other housekeepers were. Daniel was still looking thoughtfully in the mirror. There's something special about you. Yeah, of course there is. I'm just not who I think I am, that's all. Big deal. Madeline's heart was aflame. She answered aloud, I don't know any former housekeepers. But I can tell you that I'm not very good at cleaning. Denial smiled. They drove the rest of the way to the center in complete silence. Only the music from the stereo disturbed the peace. Edgar Stanley lit a cigarette and opened the window a little. A stream of cool but refreshing air rushed. Madeline sighed with pleasure. Daniel glanced at the girl the whole way. At the center, all the Paradise Corner housekeepers bought their groceries from only one single high-end store, Adam and Eve. The first time Madeline saw the sign, she laughed heartily. How had she never noticed this storefront before? After all, she'd been to the market 1,000 times. And to miss such a name, I wonder who had gotten the idea. Poor Adam and Eve would have rolled over in their graves for the 1,000th time. But today Madeline didn't even look at the sign. She stared into the crowd. Oh no! Jody was staring at her. Now she was going to give Walker away. Jody waved her arms at Madeline. Who's that? Someone you know, Danielle asked sympathetically. Madeline begged Jody with one eye. Please don't say my name. Just walk past me, please. The woman caught Walker's pleading gaze, nodded affably to the guard, and disappeared into the crowd. Madeline exhaled loudly. Whew, she almost got hooked like a huge fish. Gotta be more careful. Daniel said to hurry up, and they entered the Adam and Eve store. Wandering by the grocery shelves, Madeline kept feeling Daniel's breath on her neck. It was time for this to stop. The girl turned around abruptly. She met the boy's eyes and read the devotion and love in them. Shall we go for a walk in the park tonight? When we finish our work. The boy murmured, I don't mind. Madeline replied politely. She didn't want to cheat the guard's feelings, but sacrifices had to be made for the cause. If she pretended to be in love, she would have access to all the information she needed. First finds a Daniel smiled and took Madeline's hand. That's so cute, just like high school. Walker's first love had been just as naive. Her classmate had been hesitant to approach Madeline, but she was the first to tell him how she felt. And as in all the famous fairy tales, all should have lived happily ever after, but not so. Turns out a classmate had bet his friend to win Madeline over. Oh, she cried so hard. Apparently, the first unhappy love left its bitter traces in Walker's soul. She could not meet anyone for more than 6 months. Now it's a relationship game. In the evening, Daniel was waiting for the girl at the entrance. He was holding a modest bouquet of roses. The flowers gave off a great fragrance. Strangely, the roses were not like the ones sold in flower stores. They didn't smell so strong. Cynthia grows these flowers herself. She was kind enough to cut a few sprigs for me. Here you go, Danielle said happily. Thank you, replied Madeline, who was blushing. They walked slowly down the path to the park. Danielle, I'm sorry to be blunt, but I don't quite understand what's going on at the mansion. Cynthia and Vincent seemed like a very intelligent couple at first, until I met their son, Doreen. It's like he's deliberately pissing off his parent. Why would he do that? Doreen has nothing to spare. Fly to the islands, buy all the fancy cars in town. He's got the girls all ready to fall at his feet. You were looking at him too, Danielle said. It's my job to keep an eye on everyone. Well, you've been watching him, and he sees that and he's flirting. Aren't you afraid of being in the shoes of all the other girls? The guard's words startled Walker. What does he mean? No, you're imagining things. I look at everyone like that. Madeline mumbled, trying to change this. The rest of the walk they talked about unimportant things. Their plans for New Year's Eve, their hobbies. Madeline found it hard to make up Obi's story. I wonder how the young man would behave if he found out that it was not Obi's housekeeper, but young Detective Madeline Walker. Probably ratted out the landlady. Daniel led Madeline to the front of the mansion and said goodbye. Would you like me to show you where I live and work next time? He asked. Bingo. I didn't even have to make up an excuse to get into his den and see where the hard disks were and stealthily take them, and then find a place where you can rewrite the information to disk. That would be great, the girl replied. She let Daniel kiss her cheek. Madeline went into her bedroom and laid her head on her pillow tiredly. Then she dialed Brandon's number. Hello, Madeline. Is that you? A voice mumbled sleepily. You see what time it is? My, Brandon, the bird is almost in the cage. U.S. said the girl. We need a few more days and we will catch it. The voice on the other end of the line said, Good for you, she said. Call me if you need anything. Madeline hung up the phone and was about to doze off, but her peace was interrupted by shrieks downstairs. You bastard, how dare you? Cynthia screamed in a fit. She was in her pink nightdress, her bonnet pulled down over her hair. The landlady's face was blue from screaming. Vincent held Cynthia, preventing her from attacking Lexi. Michi stood nearby. I won't let you hurt the girl. The laundress said in a trembling voice and covered the girl with her body. Vitally, let me go. I'll show her now. Where did you take my son, you bitch? Why? Lexi sobbed and hid behind the laundress' broad back. Madeline could see Peggy's worried face through the narrow slit of the door. Okay? The landlady yelled next. Get the hell out of my house. Stop wasting my money. Don't ever set foot here again. I'll give you 1 minute. She's not going anywhere. Said Michi sharply. Your son has knocked up the poor girl. She's pregnant. It's your son who should be kicked out. He should not spoil any more young girls. How much longer are you going to abuse? You know I won't have to tell the police what you did to your son's previous girlfriend. Get out. Cynthia shouted. The door of the mansion opened abruptly. Doreen flew in. Surprisingly, he was sober. Madeline felt as if she had to stop him. She put her arm around Cynthia. Doreen, calm down. But the guy didn't hear her. He shoved Madeline roughly away, causing her to fall to the floor and hurt. All she remembered was Peggy's tear-stained face and Daniel's eyes, then darkness. Madeline woke up in her room with her head tightly bandaged. Muse Scott was sitting beside her. Lie down, my good girl. She said, adjusting the blanket. You need to rest. You hit your head hard on the sharp corner of the stairs, but you're all right now. They called a doctor and he stitched up your head. Just lie down and rest. If you need anything, call me on the phone. I'll be right over. What about the others? Madeline interrupted her. She felt the bump on her head and wrinkled her nose. Where are Doreen and Lexi? Cynthia? Michi? Cynthia's in her room with her husband. Thank goodness that you fell and passed out. It stopped the family fight. I don't know what would have happened if that hadn't happened. Doreen and Lexi are in their wing. Of course, I'm in shock that she's in the position. What's going to happen now? And Michi? What about her? Muse Scott lowered her gaze. The laundress, unfortunately, was kicked out immediately. They wouldn't even let her pack her bags. Now you're the one who has to stand up for yourself. You should have used your head. Oh, that's terrible. She was protecting Lexi. Cynthia could have hit that girl. Honey, the old housekeeper interrupted her, but it's happened here sometimes. This is not an isolated incident. You'd better not get involved in this case. Muse Scott, please tell me what happened to Kate, Doreen's ex-girlfriend. Madeline held the housekeeper's hand to keep her from leaving. She's dead, Muse Scott said through gritted teeth. I don't believe it. You're lying to me. Tell me the truth. Walker screamed. She squeezed the housekeeper's fingers tightly. Obi, calm down. The woman pulled her hand out of Walker's iron fetters and rubbed it. Cynthia said, you're on sick leave for a week. Peggy can take care of 2. I'll do the laundry. When you go back to work, you'll have to do the laundry. I've got enough to do around the house. Muse Scott's gone. Oh no, a week just wasted. And not to know what would happen next after the family quarrel. Madeline tried to get out of bed, but immediately fell backwards. A sharp headache pierced her skull. The girl fell into a short, dreamless sleep. The next morning, Peggy came in to see Walker. Looking at the cook's puffy face, Madeline realized that Peggy was grieving for her colleague. I see you're all right. How's your head? Does it hurt? The woman hugged Madeline. Don't worry, I'm on the mend, and I'll be back to work soon. Walker smiled happily. It's been like that. Peggy said. The landlady almost killed the poor girl. You should have seen the look on Doreen's face. He must have fallen head over heels in love with Lexi. Anyway, they're getting married and Cynthia's not happy about it. She's locked herself in her room, and sometimes I bring her food, but she won't touch it. What's going to happen next? I don't want it to be like Kate, Madeline said and closed her eyes. I need to get better. Daniel's been asking for you. Can he come over for a few minutes? He's worried, poor guy. Madeline nodded affirmatively. We have to keep investigating, no matter what, and get out of this house while the bones are still intact. A week later, Madeline went back to her job. Now she had to do laundry for extra pay. But the girl was not afraid of hardship. While you work, you have more time to think. The guard promised to show her his workplace. Well, she would get there today. Madeline found Daniel in the backyard of the repair shop. He was lying under a car in a t-shirt, fixing something. "What are you doing here?" she exclaimed in surprise. Daniel climbed out from under the car and kissed Madeline on the cheek. "Well, now I'm not only a guard, but also a driver." Miji left and led Edgar away with her. They had been in love for a long time. "I'm sorry," Madeline replied inside. "And now I'm not only a housekeeper, but also a laundress. Listen, do you know? I think Monica had a daughter who worked here. What happened to her?" "The laundress told me her daughter disappeared. Her daughter's name was Obi. She did work here, but I never saw her. Edgar Stanley told me everything." Miji had arranged for Obi to be her assistant. 20-year-old girl changed the linens and brought them to the laundress. The landlady's son had taken a liking to her. I think they even met in the backyard. But then Obi disappeared. Miji was very sad. She searched for her daughter for a long time, but there were no leads. They say the washerwoman even wandered into the woods near our village. "What is unusual about this forest?" Walker asked curiously. Daniel wrinkled his nose as if he was remembering. "They say the forest is enchanted, that if you go in there, you'll disappear without a trace. Sometimes they hear screaming and crying, the souls of lost people trying to find their way to paradise." Marnie laughed. "Danielle, you're wonderful. I've never laughed so hard in my life. I'm sorry, but that's crazy. You still believe in spirits and enchanted forests. There's just animals out there, maybe even wolves. That's why they howl. Think what you want." Danielle looked at the girl piercingly. "But I believe in otherworldly forces, and in God and spirits." "Okay, I won't argue with you." Stubborn sheep, Madeline thought to herself. "You promised me you'd show me the place where you work." Walker smiled. Daniel agreed. He took a shower, changed into his usual security guard uniform, and led the girl to a one-story gray building that was a little to the left of the Smith mansion. There were many rooms in the building. Some of them were living rooms with bunks and desks. Others were. Madeline caught one eye in the room where the monitor stood. "Oh, how interesting. Let's go in here." She clapped her hands childishly. The young man frowned. But what could he do if a pretty girl agreed to his proposal? "Daniel, come on in." Madeline was the first to enter the den. It turned out that the surveillance cameras were not only outside, but also in the living room and hallways of the house. Walker's eyes searched for the recording device. The hard disk was at the very bottom, sticking out of the system unit. "Well, what do you think?" "Interesting," Daniel asked quickly. He clearly didn't like the presence of a stranger in the den. "Did you see it?" "Yes, it's cool." Madeline made a surprised face. I'm shocked." The guard smiled and offered to go to his living room for coffee or tea. Walker agreed. Thoughts were flying around chaotically in her head. What to do to get the hard drive out? We should just stay the night at his place. Daniel led Madeline to a very cozy room. There was a beautiful carved bed in the corner, a desk with a laptop near the window. The floor was decorated with a fluffy white rug. Daniel clearly liked comfort. The tea brewed by the guy was surprisingly tasty and fragrant. The guy already wanted to walk the girl out, but Madeline knew the right thing to do. She stopped Daniel with a single glance and approached him closely. The boy's pupils dilated as he touched his lips to the lips of his favorite girl. This was something to dream about. It was going to be a hot night. Walker cautiously opened her eyes. Daniel was sound asleep. "Of course, you should try to stay awake after a marathon like that," she smiled. She stood up, threw the guy's shirt over her naked body, pulled a flash drive out of her pants pocket, and tiptoed out into the hallway. The TV was blaring loudly in one of the living rooms. One has to remember that besides Daniel, there are 2 other employees on the property. She wished she didn't have to confront them. How would she explain to them why she was walking around the security housing unit in the nude? The monitor room was open. Bingo, the room's empty, so the rest of the guards are either sleeping or wandering the grounds. There were 2 guards slowly strolling by the fence, so Daniel was supposed to be sitting at the monitor today. The girl didn't want the guy to get fired because of her. She'd have to act fast. Walker was good friends with the computer, so she found the database in 1 minute and put it on download. Gotta wait 5 minutes. Too long. I hope no one catches me. There was one more minute to go. Walker stared at the monitor. There, Vincent walked slowly down the hallway to the bedroom. Dorian and Lexi were nowhere to be seen. But what was Cynthia doing in the dining room? The hostess on camera was sitting at a table surrounded by a pile of bottles and vials. She was stirring some kind of solution in a bowl. That's weird. Maybe she's making a night mask. What are you doing here? Daniel's voice sounded loud behind me. Oh no. He noticed it was missing and went to look for it. What was there to tell him if it was already obvious? Madeline slowly took out the flash drive and hid it behind her back. What's going on here? What did you download? Give me the flash drive. The guy yelled. If you come near me, I'll scream. How will you explain what I was doing here? I'm not allowed in here, Walker said calmly. Did you take advantage of me? Danielle asked. There was bitterness in his voice. How could you? I was nice to you. We had great sex. I thought we were going to see each other again. Why do you need the information from the cameras? Madeline didn't answer. To tell the truth about herself or not, the girl was starting to like Danielle. It's a shame it had to happen like this, because I'm not Obi. I'm Madeline Walker. I'm a detective. I'm trying to investigate the disappearance of someone named Catherine, Dorian's ex-girlfriend. I'm sorry about that. I didn't mean to upset you, but I won't tell anyone I was at your place and saw the surveillance system. If you don't tell anyone I'm not who I say I am, let's go to my place. Nate. Danielle took her elbow firmly. I like you so damn much. I don't even want to be mad at you. I'll tell you the whole What? The girl's eyebrows slowly crept upward. Why all the running around, the deception, when you could just ask the guy, frankly confess everything? Madeline walked into the room and sat down on the crumpled bed. Daniel stood in front of her and folded his arms in front of his chest. He was gorgeous in the moonlight, but very stern. Where did you come from? Aren't you afraid of death at all? The guard asked in surprise. I work at the Eagle Eye Detective Agency. She began. Kate's mother, Jody, came to see me 3 months ago. She was in deep mourning. Kate was Dorian's girlfriend and they had been dating for a long time. The daughter had even quarreled with her mother and moved out. Kate started living with Dorian at Smith's house. At first, everything was fine, but then Kate's sudden death from a stroke. Moreover, the girl was absolutely healthy according to her mother. There was very little information about the family on the internet, so there was nothing left but to infiltrate the house under a false name. My partner and co-owner of the agency, Brandon, helped me with the placement in this hole. Danielle listened very carefully the whole time. You're crazy. He sighed. Lucky it happened the way it did. That I found out. If the landlady finds out, you won't leave this house. Why should I? Walker was surprised. Because, He ran his hands through his hair. You're right. Katya was murdered. And it's so tricky that no pathologist will ever know why. But Kate wasn't Cynthia's only victim. Are you saying the landlady killed the girl? Madeline exclaimed. I suspected Dorian of that. He wanted to get rid of his annoying girlfriend. Bang! No. Dorian's a victim too. Of course, he's a total womanizer. I'm even a little jealous when he stares at you. Jealous, I mean. Daniel wrinkled his nose. And then what? The girl asked curiously, ignoring her boyfriend's state of mind. Let's start at the beginning. I came to work here for one reason. My mother was terminally ill. I needed expensive medicine treatment. Cynthia promised me a lot of money for my work. Of course I accepted. I quickly found a common language with the rest of the staff. I didn't know what was going on inside the mansion walls until I got to my first post. You were there a few minutes ago, Daniel frowned. And what did you see? Madeline shrieked. Don't shout like that. My staff might hear us. I saw Cynthia put something in Kate's glass. The girl didn't live a minute. It all happened in the cafeteria. The cameras recorded it. They made me erase it from the archives at the time. The police, of course, went through the hard drives, but to no avail. The Smiths promised me a large fee for my silence. Mother was getting worse, so there was nowhere to go. Kate's not the first girl. When I worked here, every time Doreen brought another pretty girl into the house, I knew she couldn't survive here. Cynthia would bite. Madeline couldn't believe her ears. How? Surely everyone knows there are murders in this mansion. The girl's parents, the servants, friends, relatives of the family, and they're all silent. But why would Cynthia do such a thing? The girls were rich, wealthy, intelligent, didn't smoke or drink alcohol. They must have dressed smartly too, because the lady of the house has been sick for a long time. The husband hides everything carefully. Sometimes, when it's really hard, he takes his wife to a boarding house. There she's treated and sent home again. After the hospital, Cynthia is unrecognizable. But some time passes and the devil comes back into her. She's jealous of her only son. The jealousy turns into schizophrenia. Oh my God, you don't say anything. Why couldn't you go and tell the police? So many innocent girls died because of your silence. Madeline was getting, well, I would have told them. And goodbye to my mother's peaceful and painless life. Haven't you ever had to sacrifice anything? Daniel asked in surprise. Madeline wondered. Whether or not one could or could not be judged for inactivity was a decision for the authorities. Time to get ready. We must tell Jane. Daniel seemed to read her thoughts. He held her tightly against him and whispered, "Yo, don't you dare. I won't let you go. You must think of other people." All the servants knew about Cynthia's antics. Are you going to tell everyone now, you white sheep? Madeline looked boldly into Daniel's eyes and lashed out with force. A moment more, and the guard was on the floor, pinned down tightly. I may look like a weak woman, but the urge to break free is definitely there, isn't it? Madeline said happily, sitting on the guard's back. Don't fight it. I'm not going anywhere yet. There's no official proof, and I didn't copy the data for nothing. I won't tell anyone about you, but I need you to help me with something. What is it? Daniel wheezed. He tried to pull the girl off of him, but he was unsuccessful. We have to team up and catch Cynthia doing something illegal together, or get the truth out of her. How do you want to get the truth out of her? Smith is a hard nut to crack. She'll keep her mouth shut even under torture. They don't go to jail for that sort of thing. Others will go to jail for them. Oh, Daniel grumbled as Madeline slid off him and sat down beside him. Shall we see about that? Or are you going to be an accessory and witness to her crimes from now on? You're a good guy. Yeah, so good that you even decided to get in bed with me. Because of the security cameras, growled the guy. But he agreed. Despite that horrible night, Daniel was still attracted to Madeline. A satisfied Walker walked out of the security building in the early morning hours. Daniel was at his post. He gave the girl a look and sighed. All because of women in this world. Madeline, sitting in her room, pondered her next steps. One would have to be very careful. She felt that one extra step and a trap for the detective was assured. There was no need to look for an excuse to piss off the landlady. It happened the next day. Madeline was cleaning the parlor when an excited cook came into the room. "Follow me." She bellowed, her eyes round, as if she were afraid of being seen. "Where are we going?" "Peggy, what happened?" Walker whispered. "Donnie asked me to bring you. He's in the backyard. If the guard runs into the house without a good reason, the missus will get suspicious." "Come on, drop your mop." Peggy shoved the screaming girl out of the mansion. Madeline ran the rest of the way on her own. There he is, standing there, looking so handsome. The excitement made her hair stand on. "What happened? Did you tell the landlady about me?" Madeline almost choked on her feelings. Madeline clenched her hands into fists and threw herself at the guard. Daniel gripped Madeline tightly and waited for her to collapse from helplessness. "Why are you fighting at once?" "I didn't tell you anything. I just wanted to warn you that something's going to happen tomorrow. Cynthia's plotting to get rid of Lexi and her own grandson. She came to me early this morning and offered me good money for my help, and you accepted." Madeline's face glistened with tears. "I knew you were a freak, even for your own mother. I would have left my mother to die, but I wouldn't kill innocent people. I hate you." Daniel stopped her speech. "No, of course not." I agreed, but only for the sake of discovering her personality, her sick essence, together with you. That's why we have to stop her together. Madeline had an epiphany. So that's what this is all about. The guard was very wise. What did she tell you? What's her plan? I'm gonna talk fast. They might see us. Daniel looked around quickly. Doreen doesn't know anything and can't know anything before we're done. Cynthia ordered me to go into the woods today and dig a deep hole. Clearly, she wants to bury Lexi. Get rid of her. Now listen, I've got an idea of what we're gonna do. We're gonna do it the smart way. I found a long and spacious box that Lexi can fit in. I'll make a hole in the crate and put a drain pipe in it. That way Lexi can breathe underground. The landlady will probably want to see if I buried her. Then, after 24 hours, as Lexi is buried alive, then we retrieve her. Lexi comes home to the Smiths, sees the fear in their eye. Next thing you know, it's riot police. How about that? Wow. I'm shocked. The girl whispered enthusiastically. You could be a born detective. Are we going to tell Lexi about our— Yes, but later. The main thing is not to spook her. As cruel as it is, Lexi will be bait for the big fish. Cynthia, Madeline, and Denial discuss their plans for another half an hour. Walker must carry the recorder with her at all times and not be separated from it for a minute. There was no telling when the criminal would reveal her cards. Slowly it grew dark. Madeline's heart pounded loudly in her chest. Cynthia was surprisingly cheerful. You bet tomorrow was a holiday. New Year's Eve. Guests and friends would be coming. It's going to be fun. And the mistress will no longer worry about her unofficial daughter-in-law and grandson. Well, at least until the next time they meet. Today, Cynthia sent her husband and son out shopping for holiday gifts. What a stroke of luck. No one will have any idea what happened to Lexi. The hostess set the table herself and invited the girl to dine with her. Self to Madeline helped and retired to the kitchen on Cynthia's orders. Of course, no one must know of the crime. Peggy was trembling with fear, but Madeline reassured her. The detective knew what would happen next. The cunning hostess had slipped a strong dose of sleeping pills into the compote. Then it was all in Daniel's hands. Oh my God, I didn't know I was working for a killer. Making her food. If I'd known, I would have slipped her something, Peggy hissed. It's time to bring her to justice. Let's pray that everything goes according to plan. Madeline Walker had told Brandon everything on the phone and had outside support. If anything went wrong and the girl didn't respond within 24 hours, Brandon was to call the police. Meanwhile, Lexi was already sound asleep, dropping her head on the couch. Cynthia, satisfied with her fine work, was cleaning up the evidence of the crime from the table. Through a crack in the door, Madeline saw Daniel quietly enter the dining room. He picked Lexi up in his arms like a fluff ball and walked toward the exit. The hostess called out for Madeline to clean the dishes and mop the floors. It's dusty in here, she murmured. Where did Lexi go? The housekeeper asked politely, trying not to pretend she knew. She was having dinner with you. Oh, those pregnant women are so weird. Lexi felt nauseous and went up to her room. Don't worry about her. It happens a lot to a girl in her condition, Madeline said with a sly look. Oh, I'm going upstairs after all. I'll see if she needs a doctor. Doreen called, asking how she was. Poor Cynthia instantly turned pale. She cried out like a wounded animal. What kind of servants are they? Boorish and insolent. Honey, I told you, there's no need to bother Lexi. She's tired. Go do what you're supposed to do. Madeline, satisfied with Cynthia's reaction, silently cleaned up the dining room and hurried to the backyard where Daniel was supposed to be waiting for her. The guard was visibly nervous. Didn't anyone see you? He asked. What took you so long? I was cleaning up the dining room after dinner. UA Walker sighed. What's the deal? Daniel nodded and they got into the car. The guard checked on Lexi, who was sleeping like a baby. Shortly before this treacherous dinner, he had told the girl what was going to happen and how to act. Lexi was in deep shock, but agreed to help, and now she was going to stay in a damp box underground for 24 hours until New Year's Eve. Don't worry, I brought a bunch of warm blankets and a winter coat. Lexi's box will be warm. Madeline snuggled into her boyfriend's strong arm. Finally, it would all be over soon, and she would be out of this damn place. The winter forest greeted them with cold and snow. Large snowdrifts lay everywhere. Madeline felt a little uneasy. She imagined that she was the one being put into a box and covered with earth. The earth was pressing on her head, her chest, the box. What thoughts? We have to chase them away. Everything will be all right. The car stopped at the cozy Peggy's. Daniel got out and stood for a minute listening to the sounds of the forest. Oh, it's nice here in the summer. He mumbled. The girl didn't think so. What if there were more graves? What if the bloodthirsty mistress had set up a graveyard of girls here? I don't even think so. I don't think so. She replied. After the owner is arrested, we should gently hint to the investigating authorities that it would be a good idea to take a walk around and look at the mounds. Do you think so? Daniel said quietly. He took Madeline's hand and squeezed it tightly in his. The girl closed her eyes affirmatively. Not far from the car, under a willow tree, was a huge black hole. A massive wooden box stood. The guard carefully took out Lexi, who was sleeping soundly, wrapped in blankets, and put the girl in the box. He also threw an old fur coat on top. Madeline helped close the lid. You had to be good with a screwdriver. I'll just put a little earth on it, so it won't squeeze through the tree. I'll put more snow on top, Daniel said in a shaky voice. He put the long flow pipe into the hole he had made in the box and breathed a sigh of relief. It was all the right size. As wisps of frozen earth fell thuddingly against the lid of the box, Madeline felt like she was attending a real funeral. Just make sure Lexi doesn't get hysterical when she wakes up. Okay, it's done. I'm gonna camouflage the pipe a little bit and take some pictures for Cynthia. Then I'll open the pipe again. That's what he did. Madeline was uneasy. All the way home, she begged that Lexi wouldn't suffocate, that it would all be over sooner. Maybe with her nerves, she shouldn't be a detective anymore. A florist or an accountant would be much better. You can sit back and not be threatened. How could she have gotten herself in such a mess? Meanwhile, Brandon, her co-worker, who must also suffer and agonize, sits at home and devours a second box of pizza with sausage or cheese. Walker's musings were interrupted by Daniel's voice. That's it. Here we go. Madeline thought for a second. Then she asked decisively, "Can I stay with you tonight?" "I'm too scared to stay at home," Daniel smiled, and they walked toward the security building. Paradise Corner was glowing with colorful lights. The village had been busy since morning, and the guards were working hard. Relatives and friends of the rich were coming to the village in luxury expensive cars. In the middle of the Paradise Corner, the residents themselves installed a huge live Christmas tree, a joy for the next 2 or 3 weeks for the children of the majors. The tree was decorated with colorful lanterns and big balls. The smell of goodies and kebabs wafted everywhere. The male part of the population traditionally roasted meat for New Year's tables. Only the Smith mansion did not light its holiday lights this morning. The house was in a frenzy. Dorian was throwing plates hysterically, Cynthia screaming pleadingly for him to stop. The servants gathered in the dining room and watched as the Smith son shamelessly destroyed the holiday sets. "Where's Lexi, you monster?" he yelled at his mother. "How many times have I told you to stop meddling? In my life." Another plate flew into the wall. Peggy groaned and sat down. She didn't really want to get hit in the forehead with the next piece of dishware. Madeline woke up on New Year's Eve morning in Daniel's arms. A strong wind was blowing through the window, small snowflakes flying. Here comes the last day in this hellish place. Then freedom, thought the girl. She kissed the sleeping guy and quickly got ready. I wonder what's in the Smith mansion. Doreen Madeline arrived at the house. She saw a stunning scene. Doreen packing his suitcase, Cynthia running from corner to corner with her hands clasped together, Vincent sitting in a chair, his face expressionless. Peggy was crying in a corner. Muse Scott was running after the landlady with valerian and ammonia. Fine, now we have to wait until evening, Walker thought. She could hear Muse Scott calling the guests and politely telling each one that the hostess was ill and the party at their house was canceled. Too bad. There would have been plenty of witnesses to Lexi's mysterious resurrection. Poor thing. Madeline found Daniel in the barn. "It's time," he said. "Wait, I'll get the car out and get a shovel. I'll get a thermos too. Poor thing's freezing. I'll get the tea." Madeline shouted and ran into the kitchen. Peggy was there. She was sobbing and huddled on the table. When the girl came into the room, the cook came up. "Cynthia knows all about your plans. She is looking all over the house for you. Run, my girl." Madeline turned around and wanted to open the door, but she was beaten to it. A strong and hard hand grabbed the girl by the scruff of the neck. It was Cynthia. She let out a victorious yell and dragged Walker upstairs. No, Madeline has to go after Lexi now. At least Peggy had warned Daniel. Let him go on his own, get the girl. While she distracts the old git, Cynthia shut the door noisily behind her and groaned in triumph. "Oh, I know all about you, bitch. Who you are and why you came here. I'm not letting you out of here alive. Madeline remembered that she still had her tape recorder in her pants pocket. She decided not to waste any more time. Oh, come on. You're the one who hired me, Walker said wryly. The only thought in her head was, what a bunch of Adamsies. Disgusting. If I'd seen what could happen in that rich, old mansion earlier, I would never have worked there. Cynthia frantically searched the nightstand for her pills. She cursed irritably every time she failed to find the vial in the next locker. Abandoning her futile efforts, the woman walked over to the safe, opened the code lock, and pulled out a gun. If I had known who you were, I would have shot you in the agency. She hysterical, and believe me, I wouldn't have gotten anything for it. I'd have given money to the management, and they would have kept their mouths shut. What did you find out, you bitch? Just what I needed, Madeline replied and laughed. Tell me, how did you manage to cover up the mass murder of all the Doran girls? And more importantly, why did you do it? Cynthia quieted down and asked in a whisper, sitting down on the bed. How did you find out about it? I didn't tell anyone. Even my husband sometimes didn't know how I had to hide the corpses, so it was you who killed them? Well, not always. Kate did. I just overdid it with the poison. But the pathologist didn't even think to send the blood for poison testing. The rest of them were helped by drivers and guards. And with Lexi, Madeline said slowly, May, did you give her sleeping pills and bury her alive? Well, I was fine with Lexi at first. I thought Doreen would play with her and toss her aside like a toy. But he didn't. He got her pregnant. It was immediately clear that it had to end. Cynthia sighed noisily and scratched her temple with her pistol. Why are you asking me all this? You're not going to live anyway. You think you can sneak out of my house? The guards have served me well for a long time, so don't get your hopes up. Madeline decided to ask another question. Why? Why did you do all this? Isn't it nice for a mother to know that her son is a happy family man? Doreen tried to find his soulmate every time, but you wouldn't let him. I grew up in a rich family, Cynthia began. I had no siblings. My parents spoiled me all the time. I was used to having everything handed to me as a child. When I met Vidley, I realized that he would be mine too, forever. Doreen, though he grew up alone without brothers and sisters, didn't grow up like me. My son was the life of the party. He liked to give and share. Basically, he did all the things that pissed me off, and I was jealous of all those girls who wanted to take my son away from me. Yeah, I got rid of them hard, but I love my Doreen. Love can explain everything, but it's a sick love, Madeline sneered. You're sick. You need to stay in the clinic under lock and key. How many victims have died at your hands? Somewhere over 10 beauties. But I don't regret it one bit. They will only bring disappointment to me. What about Lexi? She carried your grandson. Lexi was a good girl, but she didn't know how to treat my Doran well. They were always fighting. Okay, we've talked enough. Don't worry, you won't suffer. Cynthia was about to point the gun at the frightened girl, but there was a noise and the sound of breaking glass downstairs. Another minute, and people rushed into the mistress' bedroom. Danielle, a pale Lexi, Doreen, and many more. Maji was among them. She cried, Madeline, are you okay? A guard rushed to the girl. Madeline was trembling, whether from fear or Lexi. The owner exclaimed, losing her mind. How did you get here? You're dead. The girl smiled sadly. Yes, I was supposed to be buried asleep. How cruel you have to be to get rid of yourself that way. Doreen went out into the corridor and shouted to someone, you can take it. It's all right. An assault team flew into the bedroom in full armor. They threw Cynthia to the floor. The woman did not resist. She only moaned and hurled angry curses. The investigation to solve the series of murders stretched on for a long time. Evil mistress of an ancient mansion killed more than one innocent girl, each one with particular cruelty. Vincent Taylor and Doreen Smith were also charged with covering up the crime and helping to facilitate the atrocity. Madeline was able to return home. The first thing she did was to call Jean. Good afternoon. This is Madeline Walker. I can now tell you that your case has been reopened. Kate did die, not die of natural causes. I will give you the address of the investigation team that is currently looking into this. Jody was grateful for the young detective's work. She even advised her acquaintances to contact Madeline Walker if suddenly need to solve an important and mysterious case. The entire staff of the mansion was fired and taken for long interrogations. Lexi had returned to her parents and was now enjoying her pregnancy. Never mind Doreen. Cynthia was placed in a mental institution where she was nursed back to health after the forest, at Madeline's request, had been completely checked and something terrible had been found there. In the thickest part of the forest, where it is difficult to pass without sticks or an axe, there were many bumps resembling graves. When the investigator, together with his team, exhumed the remains of the bodies, he confirmed that they were Doran's ex-girlfriends. Monica's daughter was among them. When the former washerwoman found out, she went to hospital with a heart attack. She could not calmly endure the fact that her favorite mistress ruthlessly massacred the only child of the servants. Also, traces of potent poisons were found in Cynthia's bedroom. The vials themselves were nowhere to be found. Apparently, the cunning landlady had hidden them or disposed of the evidence. Madeline and Daniel continued to date. The boy got a job at Madeline's agency and now helped the girl with everything. Brandon, when he found out that Madeline had found a lover, was not very much upset. At that time, he had already found a beautiful person from the kind of intellectuals and spent a lot of time in her company. Madeline Walker first time just lay in bed and enjoyed the tranquility. At last one could lie down and not have to clean anything. The girl was much interested in the details of the development of the case. How good that grief-stricken relatives were able to bury their children and calm down. After all, some had hoped for years that their daughters were missing. Madeline learns that Peggy, the cook at the mansion, has taken a job at the local bakery as a baker and is even successfully improving her bread baking skills. Brandon and Mila, Daniel, and Madeline sat in a cozy cafe at the intersection of the main streets. Walker loved this place. She'd often eaten the mouth-watering buns and croissants here before, but now she just enjoyed the good company. "Walker, you're the talk of the Paradise Corner." Brandon exclaimed happily, and all over the news. "You're a local celebrity now. You get the best-looking coffee cup. Oh, it doesn't matter what cup you drink from, as long as it tastes good," she said. Brandon laughed merrily. "When's the wedding, lovebirds?" He asked Daniel. He thought about it and said, "Why don't you ask Madeline? I keep calling her, but nothing. The fish aren't biting." Madeline didn't say anything. She knew that Daniel had received a letter from the police calling him in for questioning as a defendant. The thought that her boyfriend could be sentenced to prison made it hard to make any further plans for his life. Daniel realized it himself, so he didn't stress the girl with his desire to create a family. "It'll be okay," he said with a look at Madeline, and she winked. When the investigation into Daniel's involvement in the abuse and murder of girls began, the prosecution got its way. The guy was facing 2 years in a maximum security penal colony. Madeline agreed to wait for him and not meet anyone. It was a cold winter day. All the holidays had passed Madeline by, so she decided to catch up and have a small New Year's Eve party at home. When the girl finished, she was satisfied with her work. A small Christmas tree stood in the corner, decorated with homemade toys. Madeline, living alone, did not celebrate holidays at home. A couple of salads, tangerines, and a bottle of champagne were on the table. Madeline took another look around the room and was pleased with herself. "Oh, what a hostess I am," she said to herself. The doorbell rang. There she was, standing there, red with frost, holding a box with a red bow. "Maggie." The girl rushed to hug her friend. The former cook had become close friends with Walker, and Madeline often invited her for walks and visits. Now Peggy came into the house and filled it with her laughter, her lively smile, and her joy. "Do you think Daniel will come back as he was before the colony?" Madeline asked Peggy. She was silent for a moment, finished her salad, and answered, "You know, everything in life is fair. A lot of people have relatives die, but that doesn't give a man absolutely no right to take the lives of others. In fact, Daniel, like Cynthia, is a killer. It's good for him to realize that, and also that when he gets out of prison, he remembers what he did and doesn't repeat his mistakes." Madeline sighed and drank her glass of champagne in a gulp. She wished that all the people in whom anger and hatred lived would one day realize that it was possible to live differently and appreciate every minute. The snow fell and fell. The friends were laughing loudly. Next year promised to be even more.
Accidentally overhearing a conversation between her husband and his mistress, Linda decided. Linda screamed and jumped on the stool. The huge gray mouse looked carefully at the woman with its black eyes and, as if nothing had happened, went towards the plinth under the windowsill. The mouse disappeared into some invisible crevice. "Mum, why are you shouting?" Came a voice from the corridor. "Mia," Linda said, laughing as she climbed down to the floor. "And we're not the only people here." "What do you mean?" A sleepy, disheveled teenage girl in a wide pink t-shirt appeared in the doorway. "She's hiding." Linda nodded toward the windowsill. She seemed to have a well-established route. "A mouse," Mia said, as if in disbelief. "Where would it come from? A new home." "I'd understand if we'd moved into a holler." "Mom, maybe you're imagining things. You haven't slept much, have you?" "Well," Linda laughed. "Maybe you've never seen mice, only mice in cages. I grew up in the country. There was a lot of this stuff there. I'm sure I wouldn't confuse it with anything else. Still, it's strange. Where did it come from?" "Economical housing?" My daughter grumbled skeptically. "From the ventilation, I suppose. They haven't installed the extractor yet. It must have come out of that hole over there. We should call a pest control service right away." "Don't you feel sorry for the mouse?" Mother frowned. "It's so small." "Where there's a mouse, there's a pack of mice." Mia wagged her finger. "Mum, you're like a little girl. You always feel sorry for everyone. It's not a house mouse. It's a real pest. If we let it in, it'll eat everything." "Yes, you're right." My daughter, the woman, shook her head. "Maybe we'd better get a cat. We'll get rid of it naturally, so to speak." "I don't know. Dad won't like it." "You know he's had a thing for cats since childhood, don't you?" "I used to ask him for a kitten when I was little. And if he was allergic or something, he just didn't like them. I'd get one. It's more fun with a cat. I'm alone at home all day." "Do you go to school or out with your friends?" "Dad's at work. Isabella only comes round when she wants to chat. Lately she's disappeared. She doesn't even answer messages. Aunt Isabella's a real piece of work. I don't even know why you hang out with her. She's mean. And I think she's making eyes at Daddy." Mia sat down at the table with her arms crossed over her chest. "Come on, Isabella's fine. I've been friends with her since we were in high school. Yeah, she's got a bit of a temper, of course. Dad thinks she's a bitch. I'm the only one who knows her well. She's miserable. She's so beautiful, smart, but her love life is a failure. I feel sorry for her." "You always feel sorry for everyone. Aunt Isabella is a real bitch. Her life doesn't work out because everyone else is bad, but because she has too many expectations. She doesn't think of men as people. She just takes money from them. She's an arrogant fool." "Mia, you can't talk about people like that. What's wrong with you?" "What's wrong with that?" "You're the one with the rose-colored glasses, aren't you? I'm telling you, look at your girlfriend or she'll steal our dad. What's she care? She'll play with it and throw it away and ruin our family." "Mia, don't be daft. Michael would never even look at Isabella. I mean, how could you think Dad would do something like that? We've been together for 14 years. I never thought he'd even consider another woman, much less my mate. Men don't think with their heads, and Aunt Isabella is a master manipulator." "Okay, let's drop it. I just want you to know that she's flirting with him. I've seen it myself, and a woman can't hide it." "You're a woman. Come on, let's have breakfast, cause the tea's gone cold while we're talking about that Brazilian soap opera. I don't have to be at school till 12 today," Mia said as she took a bite of her sandwich. "Mrs. Brown's taking us to the museum today." "Oh yeah? You didn't even say anything about a field trip. Do you need any money?" "Yeah, I've got some. Dad gave it to me yesterday. I forgot to tell you." "You always do." Linda looked at her daughter reproachfully. "You didn't forget to tell me about Aunt Isabella, but about the museum. Where are you going?" "Yes, the local history museum. There's some new exhibit there. How will the little ones take us? At least I'll get to hang out with Oscar. He's obsessed with all that stuff. He's such a nerd. He'll never come to school. He's all about his studies. Oscar is a very nice boy. I've known his mom for a long time. She's a nice, intelligent woman. I thought he was going to study archaeology. He's right to study. You've got a lot on your mind right now. You're all smart, advanced, supposedly knowledgeable about life, but in reality, it's all entertainment. and the cult of video clips. You should do your homework too, you got a C in physics. Why? You've always been so clever and keen to learn. It was Mr. Smith. He gave everyone a C. It was just a mood. Mia, you're not everyone. You always have to be a cut above the rest. It's just a teacher in a bad mood. I know you're Mr. Smith, he's a bastard. But you've got to be able to find a way to get along. You can't get along with him, Mum. He made Olivia cry, too. He said people like her can't take in information. They can only bat their eyelashes. And he started telling her something about waves, that she was flapping her eyelashes and didn't even know what kind of vibration she was creating. Well, of course. Okay, it's up to you, but fix your grades. You probably hate getting C's yourself. And Oscar? Don't overdo it, or you'll embarrass the boy, you perky girl. It's all right, Mum. Mia wrinkled her nose. Are we having a housewarming party this weekend? Of course, I've already invited the guests. Tomorrow we just need to install the extractor fan to make the kitchen look nice. It's not proper to welcome guests like this. At least stay with us for an hour, or you'll go out again. I will. Mia kissed her mother on the cheek and headed for the exit. Thanks for breakfast. Linda was shelving books and figurines. She didn't like the new flat, but she had to move. They used to live in the center, in a spacious Stalinist building overlooking the river. But life had turned out so that Michael had run up large debts. Business was going badly, and the sale of an expensive and oversized flat of 4 rooms was a forced measure. The new one-bedroom was in a new building on the outskirts. The place was quite quiet and decent. There was a forest park nearby. From the balcony on the 13th floor, there was a magnificent view of the city, especially in the evenings when the lights were on. Yes, and it was closer to Mia's school from here. One car had to be sold too, but Linda didn't drive much, so she parted with it without regret. But now Michael was doing better. He managed to pay off the loan and get rid of the headache of calls from creditors. I have to do something about my job, Linda thought. My remote work, of course, brings income, but it's not enough. Especially with Michael, it's unclear what's going on. He's been ripped off by his partner, robbed, you might say. Well, at least the debts have been sorted out, and the suppliers are showing off they've raised their prices. If it goes on like this, I'll have to close the business, and we'll both have to go to the factory. And Mia's at an age where money is like water. It's like water. Where am I going to go? Since I left the office, I'm not used to dealing with people. All I know how to do is make estimates. But I need customers. As long as I've been working remotely, I've been working with the same ones. It's not like I'm on a notice board offering my services. I know that an estimator can become a millionaire, but I'm not at that level. And I don't want to abandon the house. Well, I'll think about it at my leisure. In the meantime, I've got to call Isabella to see if she's coming on Saturday. Mia does talk such rubbish. Yeah, Isabella's going to make eyes at Michael. I don't know what she's thinking. Objectively speaking, my girlfriend's a money hound. Ever since she was young, she's never been much for feelings. It's just the way she is. But Michael's not much to take. I don't believe she's in love with him. No way. I'd rather see that mouse go into space. That's more likely. Michael, of course, a good man, but objectively not handsome and boring. But as a husband and father, he's completely fulfilled. Mia loves us a lot because of his failures, worries not because of ambition, and that we will be worse off. He's kind. Linda dialed her friend's number. Hello? Isabella's voice came through. I hear you're in a good mood. Linda laughed into the receiver. Oh, Linda, I was just thinking about you. What's up? How's the housewarming party going? Can you believe I saw a mouse in the kitchen today? What, a mouse? Did Mia bring it in? No, a real mouse. It must have crawled out of the vent. We'll put the extractor fan on tomorrow. I hope we don't get any more visitors like that. I'm just sorting out my things. You like it there? After the choir in the center, it must be uncomfortable. Yes, it's bearable, Isabella. You can get used to anything. It's all about having a roof over your head. And my daughter has her own room. We're not posh, of course, but it's decent enough. Quiet courtyard, parking, children's playground. The view is beautiful, and I can't hear the neighbors, so it's fine. You'll see for yourself on Saturday. You're coming, right? Where would I go? Isabella laughed. Can I bring you anything? Yes, I've got everything. Don't be ridiculous. We are not impoverished, but just temporarily lowered the standard of living. Oh, Linda. We'll get through this. Thank you, Isabella. I love you so much. My family may be skeptical about you, but they're wrong. Let them think what they want. What do I care? You're my friend, and I don't criticize your daughter's friends. I'm sure there's some pretty good ones out there. And you shouldn't listen to Michael. He understands a lot about people. He worshipped Arnold, thought he was his friend. And what did he end up with? A multi-million-dollar debt and a ruined business. Now you're looking for Arnold. You're right, aren't you? God, Isabella, why are you always right? Life has taught me. I can see right through people. You know, I've been with all kinds of people. Now I don't care about anyone at all. I wondered if I love myself. What do you love? Not a damn thing. I've been running away from myself all my life. I'm 30 years old with a big tail. What have I got? Emptiness, pain, and a box full of gifts from different men. It's not fulfilling. You need a child, Isabella. You think about it, where to give birth to a child in this crazy world. And there's no man. Not from the Holy Ghost. Well, that's no problem at all. You can find a donor. It's not like we're building a relationship or go to a specialized center. It's a popular trend these days. No, I can't do that, Linda. I have to do it for love. Oh, don't be ridiculous. You still believe in love. Like you said, you're well past 30. You don't have to worry about love anymore. Michael and I never really had much love. But that doesn't stop us from appreciating and respecting each other. And I've never been greedy for romance. Well, I'm not you, Linda. My feelings always come first. Right? Linda grinned to herself. Money comes first. You've got someone to take advantage of. Love of money, to be more precise. It's up to you, she continued aloud. But don't let that train get away. I'm glad I had Mia early, but now she's big, and I'm not old yet, and I can live a little longer. Isn't that right? But I can't do that anyway. And all those nappies, all those nappy things, I'll have to revise them all my life. And I don't want to go round hospitals looking like a tortured man, wiping the floor looking for a doctor to help me conceive. You don't think it'll work without IVF? Isabella, 35 is not 45. Can you still get pregnant on your own? Let's leave this topic, it's boring, Isabella laughed. Anyway, wait for me on Saturday. Okay, it's a deal, Linda smiled and said goodbye. The guests were sitting at the table in the room that served both as a living room and a bedroom. Linda, responding to the back of the sofa, laughed merrily as she told her mates about the mouse marching briskly through their kitchen. Mia, in the company of her friend Mary, was showing an older couple, friends of the family, the view from the balcony. They were having fun, and some of them were even trying to dance to the jazz playing from the speakers. Linda noticed that the bottles of wine on the table were empty and went to the kitchen to get more. Michael walked towards her. The man was already quite drunk. Michael, I wondered where you'd disappeared to. Linda exclaimed. No sign of Isabella either. Your girlfriend's in the kitchen. We were talking to her. Did you two have another clash of opinions? Not at all. Isabella's gaunt figure appeared behind her husband. We had a very nice chat. I confess I underestimated your husband, Linda. I always thought he was such a stale, narrow-minded wimp. Turns out Michael just doesn't know how to relax. A couple of glasses of wine can loosen his tongue. I can see why you married him. He can make you laugh, and he can keep the dialogue flowing. What is it about you? I wonder such a conversation. Surprised Linda. She herself and her husband rarely talked about interesting topics. Usually all the conversations were about everyday life, her daughter, another purchase or discussion of watched episodes of some TV series. So, about various things, Isabella answered vaguely. Love. Michael purred. Love? Linda interjected. Yes, Isabella nodded, not letting Michael answer. He loves you, it turns out. I always thought your marriage was a marriage of honor. No offense, Linda. You never know from the outside what's going on. Household, work, teenage daughter. You don't go out to restaurants, you don't even go out together. Where's the romance? What romance, Isabella? We've been married for so many years. How many years? Michael perked up, leaning against the wall. What does time matter? You're wrong, Linda. There should always be room for romance bouquets, Candy. Really? The wife looked closely at her husband. Why don't you show it in any way? Flowers only on the 8th of March. Candy, usually yourself all and eat. Linda, do not wind up, held her friend. And you, Michael, go to the guests, because they are bored without you. That's right, I wanted to show Mr. Wilson the new tools. The man blinked. Go on then. Or Mr. Wilson has already lost you. For some reason, Lyda was very angry with her husband. When Michael left, Isabella looked her friend straight in the eye. Linda, what are you doing? You just jumped on your husband out of nowhere. Isabella, what is he saying that's so hurtful? Hey mate, he's drunk. Why are you listening to him? Do you want flowers? What flowers? No. What does flowers have to do with anything? He's just saying you can't have romance without romance. I wish you'd do something about it. You say he loves me, but I don't feel it. I mean, it shouldn't be weird. I mean, we got married more out of convenience than anything else. No, of course we had feelings, but we both needed a stamp in our passports. My mom pressed me, and he was told at work that he'd be promoted, that family men were preferred. And since we had been friends for a long time, we decided to make a fake marriage. And then we realized we were good together, comfortable and fun. Mia was born. Linda, you should be happy. What is love anyway? You know how many people get married for love and then run away from each other after a year. You have stability, a union based on respect. To me, that's worth a lot. Although I myself would only marry for love. I can't do otherwise. What's wrong with me? Linda suddenly took offense. I too, maybe want to be carried in my arms, showered with compliments, kissed tenderly, and not as a duty officer, taking a shift. You're so interesting, Linda. Isabella was indignant. You should marry for love. What's the problem? What you sow is what you reap. Have you forgotten? It's silly to expect a man who's just a friend to love you. And you love him too, by the way. Don't tell me now that Michael makes you feel passionate. Well, Linda said uncertainly. I guess you're right. I love Michael, but not as a man, more as a family member. A husband, not a lover. I don't mean that in a bad way. I only sleep with him once a month, and that's out of obligation. I feel that he is not much attracted to me, and I do not feel much desire myself. Maybe Isabella squinted. Don't get me wrong, Linda. Maybe you should find another man. What are you talking about? The woman darted her eyes at her friend. Why do you say that? We have a family. It's not like I'm some kind of... It's cheating. Don't shout like that. Isabella put her hand on Linda's shoulder. Why is it cheating? Cheating is when you love someone, you're devoted to them, and then you stumble, and that's it. What about you? You live like this, Linda. You'll die before you even know what love is. And a woman only reveals herself when she feels loved. Stop living like a robot. What makes you happy? Me? Linda thought. Mia. Your Mia is already a big horse. You wait a couple more years, she won't even call you. She'll fly out of the nest. What are you going to do then? Unloved husband. Loneliness, boring work, old age creeping up on you. Why do you say such scary things? Well, isn't it true? Well, isn't it true? I know what I'm talking about, Linda. I'm 35, just like you. The only difference is that I don't have a husband or kids. I do have a good job and I love it. But that's not going to last forever. And the fact that I don't have any luck with men. You know, yes, none of them ever made me married, but for the time I was with each of them, I felt really happy. For a woman, it's synonymous loved and happy. There's no other way to put it. You know, I'll keep looking for men like that, not trying to get them to marry me. And then, when I will be 60 years old, I will find some quiet grandfather, and I will live differently, simply, calmly and measured. Although nowadays, even at 60, ladies can be so hot. Did you see Miss Argentina? Isabella, I will never accuse you or try to change your mind. Your views and beliefs, your lifestyle, it's all yours. I respect your choice, but I can't do it myself. I don't know if it's my upbringing or my morals. And if Michael found out and Mia found out, it would be a nightmare. I can't let my family down for my own amusement. You're a fool, Linda. You're just going to feel guilty in your old age for sticking to your stupid principles. Well, that's up to you. I'm not going to persuade you. I respect your opinion as much as you do, even if it doesn't agree with mine. Let's go to the guests. You went to get the wine. There's still a couple of bottles left. Let's get it. Lita was holding her smartphone with the app shop open. Her thumb was already hovering over the button install, but the woman still did not dare. Almost 5 months had passed since the housewarming conversation with her friend. And although Linda immediately dismissed the idea of cheating, her relationship with Michael was only getting worse. Mia went on holiday to a language camp. She didn't really want to go there, but when the girl found out that Oscar was going there, she immediately began to process her parents. Michael flatly refused to pay. The money was really very little. But seeing her daughter's upset face, Linda pulled a plastic card out of the cupboard and gave it to Mia. It contained enough money to pay for the camping trip, the road and pocket money. Mia was overjoyed. Her father only grumbled grudgingly, saying that the money would have been better invested in business. Linda hummed and said that the amount was ridiculous for a business, but it would make the child happy. And there was nothing to talk about. Linda didn't like her husband's reaction at all. He'd never denied Mia anything before. He adored his daughter. But lately something had changed. Linda couldn't figure out what it was. Only her husband's company came out of the minus and began to slowly recover, as the money at home became even less. Michael explained it by the fact that every penny invested in the business and should tighten their belts. He stopped giving his daughter pocket money. Linda had to cut out of her own salary, but recently there were not so many orders. The last straw was when Michael didn't come home. The man stayed at work to check some reports. Linda called her husband to find out what to cook for dinner, and in response she heard a scolding and an insistent request not to interfere with him. That evening the woman sat at her desk and thought she was miserable. Isabella was right on all counts. When a woman is unloved, nothing brings her joy. Normally Mia would dampen that feeling of loneliness by reminding Linda that she was a mother and loved by her child. But Mia was far away, and she was to spend the next fortnight abroad. Linda thought long and hard and finally decided to install a dating app for herself. Her conscience tormented her a lot, but the desire to experience a strong feeling was drawing her in, and it was getting harder and harder to control herself. Realizing that she couldn't handle it, the woman still clicked the install button. The interface was quite simple. Linda had never used anything like it, but she figured it out quickly. She uploaded a couple of photos of herself, filled out a form. The likes came pouring in. The woman began to study the candidates. Mostly guests from the East and young boys wrote. She didn't want to answer them at all. Moreover, most of the proposals were quite vulgar, and even frankly obscene. Linda quickly got bored and put the phone away. Before going to bed, she went back to the app. More than 100 messages had accumulated. Lita flipped through the list, sometimes even replied. And then one man caught her eye. His face seemed vaguely familiar. The woman immediately began to go through the memory of all the acquaintances, matching the age and name, but no one came to mind. Still, she decided to answer. The guy was called Ethan, a simple American name. A simple face with huge blue eyes. Linda liked him immediately. The man was a little older. He was pleasant and delicate in communication. He didn't ask for photos, didn't throw his own. He simply offered to meet and get acquainted in person, to understand at once whether it was necessary to continue communication, rather than to drag the rubber with endless messages. And Linda agreed. Yes, she was embarrassed in front of her husband and daughter, but she hadn't done anything about it yet. The meeting at the coffee shop seemed harmless enough. After all, no one was forcing her to continue that interaction. Maybe Ethan would be a good friend too. But deep down, Linda realized that she really liked this man. It seemed that they had known and understood each other for a long time. The meeting was scheduled for the next day. Linda chose a place that was far from home and where neither she nor Michael ever went. The woman couldn't sleep until almost morning. She tossed and turned for a long time, her head hot, curiosity and conscience arguing. Finally, she passed out. The alarm clock beeped demandingly, forcing Linda to get up sooner. The woman rose, writhing unhappily. There was the sound of water running from the bathroom. "What's that?" She shuddered. Had Michael returned? Lita got up, threw on a dressing gown and went into the corridor. Her husband's shoes stood in the hallway. On the banquette settled his briefcase. The woman walked to the kitchen to quickly prepare breakfast. She fried eggs and boiled coffee. Smells good. Michael appeared in the doorway, wiping his wet hair with a towel. I thought you'd never come back. Somehow hopelessly said the wife. Yes, I just had to wash up and have breakfast. Michael kissed Linda on the cheek. I've been sitting up all night, my head is spinning. I'd give half a kingdom for a coffee right now, and all I get at the office is instant. You have no idea what's going on with the paperwork in there. And we have an audit coming up. The accountant who came in with Arnold, she's got my hair all over the place. I'm going again. You sit down to breakfast. Linda pulled away. The unfortunate conscience pricked her heart, and the woman was ready to give up meeting with Ethan. Looking at her husband, so tired and indignant at the same time, she only wanted to take care of him, to prepare dinner and meet him in the evening, as she always did. Michael ate hastily and packed quickly. When he left, Linda picked up her phone to text Ethan and cancel the meeting, but there was already a message waiting for her, which abruptly changed her plans. Hi, beautiful. I would like to write poems to make your awakening pleasant, but alas, I'm not a poet, so I'll just wish you a good morning and the most pleasant experience. I hope that no evil forces will interfere with our meeting. Linda was very pleased to read this. She hadn't heard anything like that in a long time. She'd hardly heard anything like that in a long time. The words, though printed in a soulless application, seemed sincere and radiated some warmth. Linda hesitated, but decided to reply that everything was in order. By noon she was ready, had done a light makeup, and had not gone too far with her outfit. The woman threw on a light floral dress, let her hair down and shoved her feet into simple beige sandals. Placing her sunglasses on the bridge of her nose, she hailed a taxi and drove to the meeting place. Ethan was waiting for her in a half-empty cafe, sitting on a velvet quilted sofa. When the man stood up to greet Linda, she even whistled. The guy was about 2 meters tall and very well built. He was about 2 meters tall and very well built. He had muscles under his shirt that the thin fabric couldn't hide. Hi. Ethan smiled broadly, hugging Linda. The woman immediately noticed that the perfume of her new acquaintance was very expensive, multifaceted, and amazing. Hi. Linda smiled back. To be honest, I didn't believe you were coming until the last minute, the guy admitted. It was hard to understand in my head what such a woman forgot on this site. I have not registered so long ago, but I have already had time to study the contingent. Yeah, Linda grinned. And what kind of contingent is that? A symbol maker, divorcees with a trailer, as they like to call it nowadays, who try to place their girls from Central Asian guests with someone better, desperate women in years. Yeah, lots of them. Who are you looking for, if it's no secret? Lida studied the menu thoughtfully, glancing at Ethan with one eye. What if I'm a dishwasher or a divorcee too? No, Linda. You're definitely not a dishwasher, I can tell. And you didn't pick the most expensive cafe. They usually want the best restaurant in town. I went on a date with one of them, and I almost maxed out my credit card. I'm not ready to be a sponsor. The thought of a relationship for money disgusts me. I'm divorced myself. I just need a man with a soul, who will listen to my whining, stroke my head, and say that everything will be fine. It motivates me a lot. If you even have a kid, that's okay, I'm willing to accept. I don't have my own, but I've always wanted one. My wife was a real piece of work. All she thought about was looks and money. I don't know how I got married, but my parents insisted. All they wanted was grandchildren. So I went along with it. Anne didn't want kids at all. In the end, she's off to Dubai to live with some Arab. I never really had much love for her. She had her good moments, so I'm grateful to her. You are. To be honest, I don't know what I want. I don't want to lead you on. I'm married. I've been married to my husband for almost 15 years. We have a daughter, Mia. Lately, I've realized I don't feel anything for Michael, and neither does he for me. We didn't marry for love, we just wanted to support each other. Over time, feelings did not develop. Just as friends, we live as relatives, good acquaintances. So I decided to register in the app. I didn't think it would come to a meeting, especially so quickly. But don't think I'm a cheater or a traitor, although my conscience is eating me up. It's all Isabella's fault, my friend. She put the idea into my head a few months ago. I didn't see it that way then. I realize now that Michael's been a real pain in the arse. Isabella told me that a woman without love is unhappy. And you immediately decided to look for love on a dating site? Ethan laughed. No, I do not think you are some bad. 1,000 women are unhappy in marriage. Someone is beaten, someone is humiliated, not appreciated, and everyone is not loved. I agree with your friend, but the same thing happens to men. It is from the outside we are so tough, independent, and unapproachable, but in the heart of all want this love, at least understanding. But even that is often unattainable. I registered myself because I realize I can't go on living like this. And I see how your face reflects everything inside. I'm not pulling you into bed, just chatting. Finding a soulmate is a breakthrough. Sometimes you just want to talk to someone warm and bright, and there's no one to talk to. Thank you for understanding me and not criticizing me. I'm sick of it. It's a mental emptiness. I realized at 35 that I'd never been in love, and I couldn't tell anyone what was going on inside me. Mia wouldn't understand me. She's young. Isabella, we're too different. Michael, when his business started to fail, he shut down. He won't even listen to me. It's all about money. Money, money, money in his mind and in his conversation. You work by yourself? Yes, but at home. I'm an estimator. The orders are stable, but I don't make much money. Especially after the sale of the flat, I've had to tighten my belt. I paid for a trip to a language camp. It took my whole stash. But I can't deprive my child of joy, especially when she has her first love there. And the boy went. His father flatly refused to sponsor the trip, and I couldn't stand to see her cry. You did the right thing. Especially when you're a teenager, you don't want to disappoint a child who loses faith in her parents. Mia's not like that. She and I are very close, but there's still a generational conflict. What do you do? Me? Ethan squinted. I have my own flower business. You have seen, probably around the city shops fan. Are they yours? Surprised Linda. Yes. And by the way, I completely forgot. Ethan nodded to the waiter who brought their order. In a minute, the boy brought a huge bouquet of pink peonies of a wonderful color, which Linda had never even seen before. Sorry, I asked the guys to put them in water. Wow. These are for me. Linda was genuinely surprised, inhaling the fragrance of the flowers. How beautiful. I've only seen them in pictures. Don't tell me that your husband doesn't give you flowers. Squinted Ethan. Only duty bouquets on the 8th of March and birthday. Somehow we got it that way. By the way, it was because of flowers, and I thought that in my life something wrong. Michael said himself, there's no romance. Who's supposed to create it? Me? That's not a fair game. If you want, I could send you flowers every day. Just like that. Although Michael probably wouldn't understand that. No, he wouldn't. I'd love to get flowers like that, but I don't know how to explain it to him, but I'll take it. Don't worry. I'll think of something. I love peonies. I'm glad I pleased you. Smiled the man. By the way, do you want to go for a walk after the cafe? Maybe to the seafront? I've never been there since the renovation, but I used to walk there a lot. I'd love to. Linda nodded. You can see my old flat from there, by the way. We lived by the river, and I used to walk there with Mia. I haven't been since we moved. That's great. Linda looked with admiration at the bouquet, which she placed in a vase on the dresser. Michael believed her fiction that the flowers had been sent by a customer as a token of gratitude for 5 years of cooperation. Linda breathed a sigh of relief. She was already ready to listen to a profanity-laced stream of words, but she got around it. Ethan did not go out of her head. During the walk, Linda had become convinced that this man was not only comfortable to be around, but also had a lot to talk about. He could support any topic, even her boring estimates. And in general, all communication was as if they had known each other for 1,000 years. At first, Linda even thought they had, because Ethan still seemed familiar to her. But she couldn't have known him. The man had been born in another city and had moved here when Linda was already married. Perhaps his face had just appeared in the business bulletins around town, because Ethan's shops were quite popular. As she made herself more comfortable in the bed, Linda fell asleep. Michael was snoring away from her by then. In the morning, she heard the doorbell ring. The door was opened by Michael. He was already awake and cooking something in the kitchen. Lida was in no hurry to get up. She only heard someone come in. Did someone come to Michael's house? She thought through sleep. If it was for me, he would have called me. All right, I'll sleep a little longer. But the dream had passed. Linda reluctantly got out of bed, threw on some clothes, and quietly left the room. In the hallway, she immediately saw the familiar shoes. They were Isabella's. Linda was embarrassed. So she's the one who came. Why didn't Michael call me? Where are they? Linda froze and listened. There were quiet voices coming from the kitchen. The door was closed. The woman was surprised, but then she thought she just didn't want to be woken up. If Isabella wasn't in a hurry, she could have waited for her friend to get up. Except that she rarely came in without calling. That made Linda a little wary. Immediately, the thought that something was wrong popped into her head. Linda tiptoed to the door to hear what the conversation was about. It wasn't her habit to eavesdrop, but curiosity got the better of her. When are you going to tell her? Isabella's voice was quiet but excited. Apparently, she was pacing the kitchen. Isabella, don't rush things. I'm thinking, but I don't know how. I don't want to traumatize her. Linda's a dear person to me, after all. Dear? When you put the baby in me, did it bother you at all? You can see my belly soon enough. How am I supposed to explain all this? I may have been mean to Linda by sleeping with you, but I don't want to cheat on her any further. Calm down. I'll think of something. In fact, why don't you just tell her you've had artificial insemination? You guys had a conversation about it once. What if the baby looks like you? Do I have to tell her that you're a noble donor? Don't be ridiculous. You have to come clean. Isabella, she'll kick me out in a heartbeat. I don't want to leave at all. I'm comfortable here. I don't love my wife as a woman, but I respect her. We have a daughter. Mia will hate me. He respects her. Who's been whispering things in my ear, burning with desire? Is that how you respect your wife? I'm sorry, I've never been married, so I might not know something. Don't be sarcastic. We were both wrong. Yes, I like you a lot, more than I like you. But I'm not ready to leave my family. I'll give you money for the baby. Don't worry about it. I've given so much already. I can't even give Mia pocket money. But you're welcome. But don't pressurize me, otherwise I'll just say that you've made it all up for your own purposes and then don't count on anything at all. Oh, you scared me. Michael, by now we can do a DNA test and prove it's your baby. Don't be ridiculous. What century are we living in? Anyway, it's up to you how you explain this to Linda. If you wait any longer, I'll do it myself. She is such a person, she will forgive you if you confess honestly. The longer we hide it, the worse it will turn out. Linda stood there, trying not to move. What she had heard did not make sense to her. God, she bit her lip and slowly, trying not to make a sound, headed back into the room. So Michael and Isabella were sleeping together. Not only that, but she's pregnant. This is crazy. When did they have time? Always like cat and dog, and now. And anyway, how did Isabella get her hands on Michael? He's not her type. Not at all. What a friend. How could she do that? I can understand Michael. Even now he's admitted he has no feelings for me. But Isabella, I've always trusted her. Even more than I trusted myself. What am I supposed to do now? Should we all raise her together? It's a load of bollocks. On the one hand, I'm happy for Isabella. It'll be good for her. But it's my husband's child, and I can't just stand by and say nothing. What do they expect me to do? Just accept it. They're targeting the wrong person. They think I'm a wuss and a pussy? I'll give them hell. Linda slammed the door noisily to attract attention. She immediately walked towards the kitchen. Michael was waiting for her at the door, a look of surprise mixed with fear on his face. Isabella peered timidly from the table. Why are you making so much noise? Michael asked, trying to kiss his wife on the cheek. Yes, it's a drat. Linda replied grudgingly. Isabella, what are you doing here? What are you doing here so early? And on your day off? Yes, I'm on my way back from a visit, replied sweetly. I was close. I thought I'd stop by for a morning coffee. And Michael said you were still asleep, so we're just sitting here waiting for you to wake up. You gave us such a fright when you slammed the door. Scared when you have something to hide. Linda grimly decided and headed for the coffee machine. Isabella and Michael looked at each other in surprise. It didn't escape Linda's notice, and neither did Michael's slight squint or the tilt of his head that meant no. What are you talking about? He asked his wife. Yes, they say that, don't they? Linda laughed. Why are you both so tense, or are you really hiding something? Oh, right. I've got it all figured out. Linda looked at both of them enigmatically. Isabella turned a little pale, and Michael's cheekbones turned jaundiced. Come on, confess. You want to surprise me for my birthday, don't you? It's only a couple of weeks away. Why didn't I realize? She laughed. Isabella laughed nervously, and Michael laughed back. Man, I can never hide anything from you. Isabella said, We're really going to surprise you. At least she's not lying, Linda thought, staring at her friend. And she's not even ashamed. It's okay, I'll get you guys. And I blamed myself for starting to talk to Ethan, because hypocrisy is rampant here. And I'm still playing the naive fool. Isabella, look. You're getting fat, Linda said casually, sitting down next to her friend. For as long as I can remember, I've always been like a pole, but here my cheeks have grown, and I've even got a belly. You're eating sweets out of nervousness, aren't you? You think so? Isabella clutched her stomach worriedly, and immediately raised her hands to her cheeks. Not that, it's noticeable. Linda, I thought I was overdoing it. The scales are still broken at home, and it's not clear whether I've got fat or not. But the mirror was telling the truth. Yeah, I started taking pills, and I guess I had a reaction. What kind of pills? Linda squinted. Oh, just some vitamins the doctor prescribed. I've been walking around and I've been getting headaches. She said I'm overworked. I need to boost my immune system. And the vitamins are specific, I guess. Yeah, it happens. Linda smiled. I thought you were stressed out and you were doing it. You haven't told me anything lately. Yeah, I don't have time. I've got a lot of work to do. I'm sorry, Linda. Okay, guys, thanks for the coffee. I won't interrupt anymore. Are you leaving already? Linda was surprised. We haven't talked in 5 minutes. Yeah, it's time to go home. But Michael and I have also settled our big question. Isabella looked at Michael reproachfully. It's not a good surprise, but we'll do it anyway. You don't know what we've cooked up anyway. When Isabella left, Linda thought for a long time about what to do. She wanted to teach her unfaithful husband and friend a lesson, but she couldn't think of anything. She had already decided for herself that she would not forgive them, at least not yet. With Michael, the only option was divorce. Linda was so tired of her gray and boring life that she just didn't want to drag it out any longer. The news of Isabella's pregnancy was the last straw in meeting Ethan. Linda hadn't considered a relationship with the man yet. Yes, she liked him a lot, but she didn't want to run into his arms after the first meeting. And what if he turned out to be a cheat or took advantage of her and immediately abandoned her? Such a scenario seemed extremely likely. But Linda was ready to take the risk. After all, she had nothing to lose. But to sleep together, even if they then immediately disperse, at least for one night she would be happy. But she didn't want to just silently apply. Mia would be back soon. How do I explain everything to her? She's a smart girl, she knows where babies come from, and she doesn't like Isabella. I didn't want the girl to overreact to her father's behavior. She loved him. And here. After dinner, Linda sat down on the sofa with her husband and pressed herself against his shoulder. What are you doing? Michael shuddered, not expecting his wife to show tenderness. Michael. Linda said mysteriously. A plan had formed in her head. There's something I need to tell you. What is it? Her husband became wary. I don't even know how to begin. So tell me what you have to say. What's the point in dragging it out? We're not strangers. Michael, tell me, do you love me? Here we go. Of course I love you. Where are you going to go? You're my wife. Do you love Mia? What kind of stupid questions are these? She's my child. But then I want to make you happy. Linda's eyes sparkled. Michael, I'm pregnant. You and I are going to have another baby. What did you say? Michael turned pale and even recoiled from his wife. What? It's impossible? Why is it impossible? Aren't you excited? I always thought you wanted a son. Do you know the sex already? But we're not even sleeping together. When did this happen? I went to the doctor yesterday. To be honest, I didn't even think I was late because I was pregnant. I thought it was just my cycle being off. Linda, we're not ready for a second baby right now. You know our money's tight. Michael was visibly nervous. He seemed to be calculating in his head how much it would cost him to support both children, his wife's and his mistresses. I know this is going to sound crazy, but we have to make an interruption. What termination, Michael? Linda had tears in her eyes. I'm 4 months pregnant. You can't do this. Linda, I can't believe you didn't know before. I can't believe how irresponsible you've been. You know we don't have the money. We don't have the flat. And Mia is at that age. It's impossible. We have to think of something. What are you going to do, Michael? I don't understand you. It's your child. You're suggesting I do a clandestine abortion, which will end up killing him and me. Why would it be clandestine? Why would we die? I'll arrange with a doctor I know. They'll do it at the hospital. They do abort at this term if it's life-threatening. But I'm not in any danger. It's just a formality, Linda. Misha jumped up from the sofa. You don't understand what's going on. No, Michael, no, I'm not doing any interruptions. Fine, don't do it. But then we'll put the baby in an orphanage after it's born. Are you out of your mind? Linda screamed. What orphanage? What is wrong with you, Michael? It's your baby. I'm not so sure about that. What? Linda squinted. What do you mean you're not sure? Linda, you and I don't have a close relationship. How could you get pregnant? Are you suspecting me or something? Shame on you. The timing fits. It was right after your birthday. Don't tell me you don't remember. Oh yeah, you were drunk. I remember everything. My husband grumbled. How can you do that, just once? It's just that God wants us to have a baby. Don't you understand? I don't care. Michael clutched his head. Don't you get it? A second child is a huge expense. I can support him on my own. Linda pressed her lips together. What are you talking about? My salary is enough for me and him. Mia's on your budget. Or are you giving up on her too? Or do you have something or someone that takes the lion's share of your income? Michael, I know exactly how you're doing. And I'm not asking where you're spending a few thousand a month to bypass the family budget. And don't lie to me about business. Do you take cash withdrawals and put them somewhere else? I don't know, maybe you have a stash in your mattress and you prefer to save a little bit in notes. I'm not getting into this, but you know, if you keep this up, I'm just going to leave. And you will never, ever, ever see your children again. That's it. I don't want to talk about this anymore. Linda, we need to calm down. You just shocked me with this news. I need to come to my senses. Where are you going? Linda followed her husband. I don't know. I need to go for a walk, mumbled Michael as he put on his trainers. Aha, Linda triumphed to herself. 100% to Isabella. I wonder what he'll say to her. It's a game changer. How will Michael get out of this? She hit the big one, the money. The funny thing is, Isabella's not going to let it go. She's going to get her alimony anyway. And she's going to make it look like such a scandal. And that bastard hasn't even mentioned a second child, even though he could have told me all about it. Well, I'm not really interested. The main thing is that he's twitching and Isabella's going to worry. Man. I feel sorry for her. Pregnant women shouldn't be nervous. I don't care. They weren't thinking about me. Why should I think about them now? In fact, I'd really like to see Ethan right now. Linda texted the man. He replied almost immediately, and Linda asked him to call her back. Is something wrong? Ethan asked worriedly. Ethan. Yes, something happened, Linda sighed. I think I'm getting a divorce. Oh my God, how can that be? Yesterday everything was not so categorical. Or did you make such a decision after talking to me? I didn't think I was capable of such a thing. No, you didn't. Linda laughed. It's different. Why don't we meet tonight? I'd love to. I'll be off in about 2 hours. Would that be convenient? Yeah, let's meet there then. Okay. Linda was standing outside the cafe when Ethan drove up. He flashed his headlights at her, and the woman got into his car. The man kissed her on the cheek, which sent a shiver through Linda's body. Well, what was so interesting? He asked. You know, I found out by accident. Well, remember I told you about my friend Isabella? That's the one who persuaded you to start paying attention to other men? Yes, Linda nodded and took a deep breath. Anyway, she's pregnant with Michael's baby. What? Ethan was surprised. I thought you said they couldn't stand each other. That's what I mean. I do not know when and where it all happened. But she's already 5 months pregnant. And apparently after the housewarming party, they were having a nice chat in the kitchen. I guess that's when they hit it off. I don't know the details. I overheard them talking in the kitchen today. I also blame myself for thinking about cheating. Isabella wants Michael to tell me everything, but he won't. The funny thing is, I told him this afternoon that I'm pregnant too. You should have seen the look on his face. He said all sorts of things to me. Then he went off to Isabella's, probably. He wasn't even back yet when I left. They're both nervous now. Are you pregnant? Ethan looked scared. No, of course not. Michael and I do not sleep at all. I convinced him that all this happened after his birthday, when he was drunk and doesn't remember anything. Oh, I see. So what, you're getting a divorce right away? What's the point of dragging this out? I've put up with this whole life together before, but now I'm sick of it. I'm betrayed by 2 people who are close to me at once. I feel sorry for Mia, but I'll explain everything to her. I just don't want her to hate her father. Now I'm thinking about how to get revenge on Isabella. Revenge is a dangerous thing, Ethan said thoughtfully. But I don't even want to take revenge, but to teach her a lesson. Now I feel betrayed and angry with her. But objectively, given her attitude toward the children, she has already punished herself. If I loved Michael, then yeah. Now I'm just angry. But I know that he will not abandon the child, and they will not have a relationship anyway. Michael's a decent guy, and he'd give his last penny. Even the way he reacted to my pregnancy today, it's only natural. I can only imagine how he was calculating the costs in his head. What's the best way to teach Isabella a lesson? I don't know. She loves money too. She loves it so much. But I can't do anything about it. And as far as I know, she doesn't have a man at the moment. She could at least try to steal him away. That's sneaky. You don't look like you're capable of anything like that. Listen, what if you and I put on a show? You say Isabella's into men and money. Let me meet her, start courting her. And when things get serious, you'll accidentally steal me away from her. Are you serious? Linda laughed. It's all a bit childish. It's quite serious. I'm attracted to women. But not every one will be to my liking. But what if Isabella does? She's beautiful. What then? Who would be the fool? Me again. I won't like her, even if she's 3 times beautiful. It's not about beauty. She's a rotten person. I'll never look at someone like that in my life. So you're worried about me getting stolen? I'm not worried. Linda blushed. It's just that I really like you and I'm sorry to give you away. Linda, you don't have to give me away. I'm not a thing, and I'm not in over my head. And I'll tell you right off the bat, as an adult to an adult, I really like you. That's where it's appropriate to say you like me. I'm not counting on anything, and I won't pressure you for anything, but I just want to help you as a friend. Can we be friends now? My life is boring, and a play like this will at least give me some fun. I don't know, Linda thought. I don't really like it. How do you see it? Isabella knows a trick when she sees one. Well, you can imagine it for me. I'm a good actor. My ex-wife taught me. She used to do this kind of tour. Okay, Linda waved her hand. You got it. When do we start? Tomorrow. Give me her address and a picture of her. I already have some ideas. Linda was looking at pictures on her phone and showed Ethan Isabella. Yes, she's beautiful, the man nodded. But you can tell she's a predator. I've always avoided her. Shall we get started? I'll visit her tomorrow. Michael was acting aggressively. Linda fought with him several times in the evening. Apparently, Isabella said something that really pissed off her husband. But there was no way for Linda to find out. She preferred to lock herself in Mia's room and not cross paths with her husband. She took the bouquet of peonies with her. On Sunday, Michael left for work, saying he was very busy. Linda called Ethan and asked if he would be implementing his plan today. The man promised to let her know later what had been done. In the evening, they met again. Ethan looked cheerful. Yes, she's a real piece of work, your girlfriend, laughed the man. Tell me, come on, don't keep me waiting. Linda was impatient and curious. In general, took her today in his shop a luxurious bouquet of 101 roses. Women are usually crazy about those. You've seen them, right? They come in these beautiful buckets, red as blood. It seemed to me that Isabella liked them just the way they are. So I drove with all this stuff to her house. I waited for a long time, like 2 hours. I didn't even know if she'd come out or not. And then a miracle happened. I was distracted by the phone, and out of the corner of my eye, I noticed that a woman was coming out of the entrance. I looked closely, and it was her. Well, I immediately got out of the car with these flowers, caught up with her, and stuck her this bucket. She looked at me with her eyes bulging, standing there, not understanding what was going on. And I said to her, "Girl, I'm sorry, but I've got a problem here. My girlfriend left me, I brought her flowers, but she refused. She found someone else. And I don't want the flowers to go to waste. So I sat down to look for someone to give them to. And as luck would have it, only mothers with children up to their grandmothers. I wanted to give them to a beautiful girl. And then you come along. So I almost fell down. I realized at once that I was in the right place. Don't be impertinent, take them." "What about her?" Linda was surprised. At first she was confused, of course, but then she squinted and took the flowers, saying I should take them home. And she thanked me. So I waited for her to come out again and persistently approached her. I said, "Girl, you'll forgive me, but I'm conquered. I've never seen such a beauty. Would you consider it an honor to meet her? I've got a reservation and I'm missing a table at the restaurant." So she said yes. I could tell she was hesitant, but something clicked. "And you've been to the restaurant?" Linda asked. "Yes, I took her there. We had dinner, had a very nice conversation. She even told me she was pregnant. She said her husband had left her and found someone else. Well, we mourned over our common grief, chatted about this and that. I asked her out again. I said, a baby's not a problem. I've always wanted one. And since I liked her so much, I'd be happy to continue getting to know her. And she said yes, of course. Naturally. She especially liked my car. I didn't drive my crossover, but another sporty one. Well, Isabella's eyes were burning. It's obvious that she had all the prospects in mind. So now it's just a matter of making her fall in love with him. Well, here, unlikely to succeed, Linda said disappointedly. Isabella has never fallen in love with anyone. She is a purely rational person. She is guided only by benefits. But she dreams of love. So let's give her that love. Well, I don't know how you'll do it, of course. Just trust me. With that, Ethan pulled Linda to him and kissed her. The woman's heart pounded desperately. What are you doing? She was embarrassed, but she didn't pull away. It's a sign that I'm serious, and that you have no doubts. In the meantime, I suggest we have dinner somewhere. Hopefully not Isabella, not your husband, we won't be caught. They chose a quiet, cozy restaurant. For the rest of the evening, Linda kept her eyes on Ethan. She felt everything inside her become airy and light. This had never happened to her before. Linda was working on her computer when her doorbell rang unexpectedly. Opening the door, the woman saw an extremely agitated friend. Isabella, what's wrong? Do you need to know? I can't hold it in any longer. Are you alone? Yeah, Michael's at work, and Mia's not flying until tonight. Come on in. Linda, I'm gone. Isabella rolled her eyes dreamily. Missing where? Linda squinted, realizing what she was getting at. I met a man last week, and it's like a fairy tale. He gave me a huge bouquet, like the most gorgeous thing ever. Oh, you've got something to be happy about. You've had a lifetime of flowers, but what's the use? No, Linda, this is different. He just walked up to me in the street and handed me these gorgeous flowers. I thought it was a joke at first, but he was persistent. He'd just broken up with his girlfriend. He asked me out on a date. I felt so bad. I said yes. I just fell head over heels in love with him. Name's Ethan. He's got his own business, sells flowers, drives a luxury car, owns his own house, and is divorced. But none of it matters. It's the first time I've ever felt like my man was destined to be my man. Yeah, okay, did you have a relationship with him before? No, that's the thing. He's so gallant. He doesn't push. He doesn't rush. He's so handsome. He's very interesting. I'd love to have him in my apartment. You should see how handsome he is. But I'm afraid of scaring him off. It's always like that with me. Once we sleep together, they run away, or it stays that way. I won't let that happen. And it's not about money at all, believe it or not. I'm really happy for you. Linda hugged her friend, happy that Ethan had managed to fulfill his promise. Listen, can we come to your birthday party together? I really want to show him to you. Would Michael mind? Michael? Isabella was surprised. What's he got to do with it? Well, he doesn't like you very much, and now you're bringing a date. You know, an extra mouth at the table. He's a cheapskate who counts every penny. Oh, that Michael of yours. If you want, my Ethan will organize a whole banquet for you. I can ask him. Don't. You'll really scare the man. A banquet is not a bouquet, especially not yours, but your friends. It's okay. I'm setting the table, not Michael. So come by, sure, I'd love to meet your Ethan. Great. Isabella kissed Linda on the cheek. We owe you an awesome gift. Isabella, don't charge him, please. What are you talking about? What's he got to do with it? I wasn't thinking he owes me a bouquet. It's no problem at all. I can buy my own presents. Besides, it was my quarterly bonus. Okay, you got me. Linda smiled. You're getting chubbier and chubbier, by the way. Are you taking all your vitamins? Oh, don't say anything. Isabella blushed. I'll be pregnant soon. Well, I'm off. I still have things to do. See you later. Lita locked the door behind her friend and laughed. She immediately dialed Ethan. Ethan. Linda laughed into the phone. That's it, the fish is hooked. Now Isabella was at my place. She swears that she fell in love with you to death. And everything's going smoothly and sweetly between you two. Linda, I hope you're not jealous. We never had a thing with her, and we never will. Yeah, I know. She told me all about it. She can't wait, but she's afraid she's going to miss out. She's holding on by her wits. I don't know what you're doing to her, but it's awesome. I'm expecting you two for your birthday this weekend. We'll do it then. I've already drawn up the divorce papers. All I have to do is hand them to Michael and put Isabella in her place. That's great. What are you doing today? Mia's coming back today. I'm going to meet her and I want to tell her everything so she doesn't get the shock of the holidays. Okay, I won't interrupt. I'll just keep working on your friend. By late afternoon, Linda was on edge. Michael took his time getting home from work, but that was to her advantage. She wanted to talk to her daughter alone. Mia was brought in by Oscar's parents. The girl flew into the flat, excited, flushed. She kissed her mother and chattered non-stop. When the girl had calmed down a little, Linda called her into the kitchen for tea. Mia, I need to tell you something, she began delicately. Mum, just don't start lecturing me. I'm not pregnant. I behaved properly and Oscar and I are fine. Thank you so much for helping me with the trip. I would have suffered so much. Emma Walsh has a thing for him too. And Oscar is such a wingman. Baby, this isn't about you, even though you had something to do with it. What is it? Don't tell me Dad's broke again, and we have to move again. No, I mean Dad's broke, but in a completely different matter. What's that? Mia's eyes popped out. Mia, you're an adult, and you're not being unreasonable. Please just accept it and don't despair. What's the matter? Did he file for divorce? No, Mia, I'm getting a divorce. What? My daughter's eyes widened. Why would you do that? I'm sick of him. I'll keep it quiet. Anyway, Aunt Isabella's pregnant with Michael's baby, and they're keeping it from me. And I told your dad I was pregnant too, but it's not true. I just wanted to annoy him. Now he's hardly ever home. Of course he does, 2 pregnant women. Mum, we have to do something. I'm already doing something. The issue with Dad is settled. I'm filing for divorce. I can put up with a lot of things, but not this hypocrisy. You can talk to him any way you want. I won't interfere. After all, what happened is between me and him. It has nothing to do with you. And I'm asking you to stay out of it. If you come back from the divorce and you're back from him, he'll be devastated. Michael is a good man and a good father. I just don't want to live with him anymore. Wait, you're just giving him to Aunt Isabella. What about love? What love, Mia? Linda sighed. We never had any. Just routine and comfort. Let him live as he likes. Isabella doesn't need him, but we can't let her get away with it. Well, darling, don't worry. The plan to punish her is already in motion. Let's hear more about it. Mia's moving in closer. What plan? Mia, I met a man. Linda's blushing deep red. A man. Mum, you're all red. Don't tell me you're in love. I guess I am. Linda smiled. Who's the man? His name is Ethan. Very nice. You'll see him on Saturday. Is he coming here? Mia collapsed. Yes, but you're going to have to play along with me. You see, Ethan was the one who figured out how to teach Isabella a lesson. Now he's doing everything he can to make her fall in love with him, and he's succeeding. Isabella came running this morning to tell me she's in love. Okay, I don't get it. If they're in love and you like him, how is that even possible? It's an act, Mia. Linda patted her daughter on the head and told her plan. Well, Mum, I didn't expect this from you. Look, don't be sorry. But Dad, I don't even know how he's going to act. He can do what he wants to do. I don't care anymore. When Michael returned home from work, his daughter showed nothing of herself. She was a little more reserved with her father. There weren't many guests. Linda set the table, put on a beautiful dress. Mia hung balloons and tinsel everywhere. Michael tried to pretend that he was happy with what was going on, but from time to time he glanced at his wife, trying to see her protruding belly. Naturally, he saw nothing, which made him even angrier. Finally, the doorbell rang. It was Isabella. Ethan stayed behind, holding a huge bouquet of peonies. Here we are. Isabella was glowing with happiness. Meet Ethan, the man of my dreams. Michael stood red as a cancer and looked hatefully at Isabella, at her companion, and at the flowers. But Linda quickly tried to ease the tension and invited everyone to the table. Mia watched Ethan with interest, occasionally glancing at her mother, and smiled meaningfully. It was obvious that her daughter liked the man. When the fun was in full swing, Linda noticed that neither Isabella nor her husband were at the table. She approached Ethan and invited him out on the balcony to admire the view. It looks like everything is going according to plan. Ethan smiled. I saw Isabella go to the bathroom and Michael followed her, and they've been gone for about 10 minutes. Apparently they're working things out. All we have to do is wait. I warned Mia, and most of the guests are gone. The ones that are left aren't really interested in our marital bliss. So can I kiss you? Linda smiled, and without waiting for her consent, he gently took her chin and pulled her to him. Linda didn't know how long the kiss lasted, but it seemed infinitely long. She felt even more pleasure at the anticipation of being caught like this right now. Linda. Michael almost shouted. What are you doing? Isabella's voice broke into a shriek. We. The woman looked closely at her husband and friend, pulling away from Ethan's lips but remaining in his arms. Kissing, can't you see? We can see that. Michael was outraged. I'm asking what the hell is going on here. And I'm wondering. Isabella glared at Ethan and her friend. How can I explain it to you? Ethan began confused. Love is happening here. What else can you call it on sight? Yes, Linda smiled. I would call it that too. No, you've got a nerve. Michael continued to shout. Not only are you doing this, but you're making fun of us. Linda, are you ashamed to kiss the first guy you see in the marital home? And you, honorable man, are you so drunk that you mistook your woman for mine? No, sir, Ethan mocked him. You confused your woman with mine. What are you talking about? Michael shouted, pulling away from Isabella, who was ready to lunge at the embracing couple. About what's under Isabella's breasts. Linda squinted at him. Who exactly? Isabella and Michael looked at each other. The woman went dramatically pale and the man blushed even more. Did you know everything? Isabella asked her friend, pressing her lips together. Yes, she nodded. For a couple of weeks now. You came in the morning and I overheard everything. But why, then, didn't you charge me with anything? What would I say and what would I hear in return? I wanted you to realize what a despicable thing I'd done. But you never even loved Michael. Yeah, but he's still my husband, and you had no right to use him. Wait a minute, Michael interjected. You mean Linda was aware of everything and acted so calmly? And now what, like your baby? There is no baby, Michael, Linda replied. I made the whole thing up to see how you'd behave. And you, believe me, proved that I made the right decision from the beginning. The right decision? I questioned my husband. Yes, we're divorcing you. All the documents are ready. I'll tell you right away that with Mia, you see, I will not interfere. She is already aware of everything and will live then with me, then with you. Thank your daughter for not hating you after all this. Divorce? Michael's eyes widened. Yeah, what did you want? I don't want to live with you anymore. I realize you're not going to be so comfortable right now. Linda sneered. But it's better for everyone. All right. Well, make it clear to me, what does Ethan have to do with this? Linda, even the whole situation does not give you the right to hang on my man's neck. Are you Ethan? Are you out of your mind? It's nothing personal. Linda asked me to help her. Wait, Isabella wrinkled her forehead. You mean you two know each other? Well, yes, nodded Ethan. And not just acquainted. I can already say with certainty that I love this woman. The blood rushed to Isabella's face. She finally realized what had really happened. Tears spurted from her eyes. She pushed Michael away and ran away. Not a minute later, the front door slammed. Michael remained standing in the doorway. Linda walked past, leading Ethan by the hand. Mia looked on in bewilderment at all that was going on in the company of a couple of the remaining guests. You've got to be kidding me, was all her daughter said. Linda pressed and pressed the bell, but no one came to the door. Then the woman started pounding on the door with her fist, a dark suspicion creeping in. Finally, something inside clicked and the door opened. Why did you come? Isabella asked in a tired voice. She had lost a lot of weight, but under her pink bodysuit she could see a well-shaped belly. Isabella, I need to talk to you. Linda smiled guiltily. She hadn't spoken to her friend for 3 months since her birthday. Well, come in now that you're here. Isabella moved aside, letting her guest inside. Isabella. Linda sighed heavily and looked her friend straight in the eye. I came to apologize. For what? The woman grinned. For that play. I don't care. It was my own fault. I should be the one apologizing to you. Your husband made a baby for me. How's he doing, by the way? Not so good, to be honest. I haven't seen him since the divorce. Mia sleeps over at Michael's every day. Thanks to her. Without his daughter, he'd be out of his mind. How's he treating you? Well, he puts money on my card. But I'm going back. I don't want anything from him. I make a good living myself. I decided, as you advised, to have a child for myself. I'm being punished by karma for my consumerist attitude to life. The baby, you know, Linda, I didn't want it at first. I thought I'd get rid of it. And then I used it to manipulate Michael. And then I met Ethan, and it was like I had no more real feelings. It changed everything in my head. How is he, by the way? Good, he gave you flowers, but I left them in the car. I didn't know if you'd open them or not. I'll get them. Don't. Isabella smiled faintly. Isabella, it's from the heart. We collected the bouquet especially for you. No, you don't understand, laughed her friend. I'm allergic. Even indoor plants all moved to my dad. I don't want to see the baby. Really? Linda was surprised. You poor thing. Linda held her friend tightly and felt her shaking with sobs. What are you doing? Questioned Lyda. How not to cry. Isabella sobbed. I did not think that you are such a kind aunt. Well, how can such a trash like me forgive and even hug here to stand? And don't forget I'm hormonal. And both women laughed. Ira, when's the baby due? Linda asked, munching on the cake that her friend had baked in the morning. It's delicious. I never realized you were such a good cook. Thank you, Isabella smiled. While I'm at home, I'm learning. And how will the baby look at me later? Yes, in 3 weeks the doctor says so. Oh, I'm so scared. What's there to be afraid of? 1 million women give birth, and you're no worse. But I'm old. Have you even heard that the government wants to raise the age of old age to 36? So you don't even fall into that category. What are you talking about? Isabella looked at Linda suspiciously. Yes, it's too early to say, but the woman hesitated. I haven't even told Ethan anything yet. But I took a test this morning and I got 2 stripes. Oh, come on. Wow, you guys are fast. You've only known each other for a little while. How long? 4 months. Yeah, I know it's not that long. But we're adults. We don't have time to make mistakes, and look. I can feel myself drawn to him. And he's attracted to me. You told me yourself that without love a woman is unhappy. And now I feel loved and needed and wanted. I really had no idea it could be like this. What I saw with Michael and before him, all the men before him weren't serious. And then I was struck by lightning. Yeah, I went through something like that with Ethan myself. It's a different kind of energy. I can't imagine how his ex-wife could pass up such happiness for some guy in Dubai. Lucky you, baby. Of course I'm jealous. I can't argue with that. There's still something about Ethan. No, it's not love, of course. But I had a huge crush on him. I've never felt anything like it either. You know, I'm done now, and I'm done now, and I'm done. I've got a lot more feelings to experience now. I know what it's like to be a mother, but soon I'll really understand. I'm happy for you, mate. Lita kissed her friend on the forehead. And anyway, it doesn't matter what happened there. Let's be optimistic about the future. By the way, your son will be my Mia's brother. Do you realize that? Shit. You do, don't you? Isabella was surprised. I hadn't even thought of that. So we're related now? Yes, we are. Linda laughed, and Mia will not be laughing now. 2 brothers to bring up at once. Mia's going to be so happy she's going to whistle away. You and I can manage on our own. All right, Isabella, I'll go. I'm going to stop by the gynecologist to make sure the test is accurate. And then I'll let Ethan know. Let me know too. Don't forget. I love you, Linda. You're the best woman in the world. And I love you. I don't care what happened. Linda sat in the dark kitchen of Ethan's city flat. They usually went to the country house for the weekend. It was more convenient to live here to get to school faster. Although the girl often stayed at her father's house, but Linda still thought of her first and foremost. Ethan didn't mind. He and Mia quickly found a common language. The girl even showed an active interest in floristry and often came to the central shop fan to learn this craft. Linda clutched tightly in her hands a sheet of paper with a picture attached to it. When the light came on in the hallway, the woman flinched. Ethan also flinched when he entered the kitchen, turned on the light, and saw his woman sitting in a chair. Linda, he said, pretending to hold his heart. Why are you sitting in the dark? Why are you home anyway? Mia said you 2 were going out tonight. Mia and Oscar went on a bike ride. Oh, for a bike ride. They're closing out the season. I went on a business trip and I'm back now. Your own thing? What's that, I wonder? Ethan squinted. And it does not explain sitting in the dark. What is this paper you have? And this, Linda caught up. Ethan, they told me to give it to you. Jesus, Linda, why is the tone so mournful? You scare me? Who told to give? Stork. What kind of name is that? I've never heard it before. And you look at it, you'll recognize it immediately. Lita handed the man the ultrasound results. He ran the text several times with his eyes, twirled the image, and looked silently at Linda. Nothing to say? Linda opened her eyes. I can't read handwriting. Ethan blushed. It's from the hospital, I get it. An X-ray or something. Jesus, are you serious? Linda laughed. X-ray. Vanya, I'm pregnant. You and I are going to have a baby. I've heard that somewhere before. Michael was also played by you. Just so you know, there's nothing to avenge. You're a fool. Lita gently stroked the man on the head. Ethan, I'm serious. You and I will have a child. You see, all somehow quickly so, but it's true. The man's eyes lit up. Really? God, baby, yes, this is the best news of my life. I couldn't even dream of this. Ethan picked Linda up in his arms and started kissing her cheeks, forehead, and eyes everywhere. Linda laughed and tried to pull away. What kind of fun is going on here? Came Mia's voice. Ethan and Linda froze and looked at each other. Well, you tell me. Winked the man. Linda nodded. Ethan gently lowered her to the floor. Linda walked over to Mia and looked into her eyes. Baby, just don't make a scene, the mother said seriously. I know that in families there is competition between children, and the older ones are often jealous of the younger ones. Well, it shouldn't be like that in ours. Mom, are you all right? Mia touched her mother's forehead to check for a fever. What older kids, what younger kids? I'm kind of on my own. Aunt Isabella's having my half-brother soon, though. Is that what you mean? Almost. Mother laughed. Aunt Isabella has a brother and I have a sister. Well, perhaps it's too young to tell the sex, but somehow I think it will be a girl. Mum, Mia's starting to get the message. Are you saying you're having a baby? Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. No way. Mia shook her head. And you are good, Ethan. What do you mean? You're going to put 2 babies on me at once? What traitors? Mia laughed loudly. Linda laughed, and then Ethan laughed, too.